We just fly by.
Oh.
So, okay, here we are.
Hello.
Yes, maybe you can start. Jonathan, you mentioned last time about the book you were referring to, or Susan. So maybe we can read a part.
Sure.
What do you think, Susan? Yeah.
What do you think?
It's fine with me.
And then we can jump into it.
Whatever.
Sure. And then we can jump into it. Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever
Are you talking
happens.
Are you talking about the book that I was talking about last time, the Illumined one?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You mentioned it. And there's also a nice chapter we can still read out of initiation. It's also endless.
Yes.
And endless because oh wow.
Why don't we start with that one instead of this?
Yeah,
Maybe we'll come back to this later.
Yes. Because then we have a kind of line, and I think it goes back to you choose
which chapter did you have in mind?
I have this one because
you mentioned another one, I think. Last
time.
I
mentioned that one. Wait,
you go to the table of contents here.
The lions are also interesting. How the people related with the lions, so it's amazing. And then we have also wait, we have the education from Patotep and the 7 vibrational octaven and the arc des the union, the arc how do you say
Ark of the Covenant?
Tahotep?
Yeah, Patotep, the teaching of Patotep and the 7 vibration levels. And then the Ark of Convention. I don't know how it's in English. It's in Flemish. It's the Arke des Verbonds.
Yeah. It might be translated differently. Yeah. Possibly.
That's a very difficult one. It's like, but it's a depth one. But then you have the lives. You have a Bogar. There's also they're actually all nice. There's Bogar and the life. How do you call the one the cane who the wizard cane, like the life.
The Lizard King, Jim Morrison?
No, the wizard cane. Actually, the cane, which is the popes that have canes.
Oh, the cane.
Oh, yeah, but the real mention about what it really mentions. So that's and the child she found. I mean, there's so many things.
The Ankh, the symbol that they have that is held in. Isn't that Anubis that holds the Ankh in his right hand? I think it is.
Yes.
Is that right, Sue?
And the staff of life, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, there's in English chapter 30. Yeah. Right. Yeah. In this version, chapter 32 is Ptah-hotep's instruction. Is that the one you think you were thinking of? Let me go there.
Wait, the what?
Shit.
Am I freezing? Don't worry, people. We'll get our shit together.
Yeah.
Wait, am I freezing?
No, you're perfect.
No, nobody's freezing. Yeah. Wait, let me see.
Yeah, well, in my matrix, you guys are freezing.
Am I freezing?
Both of you were freezing at the same time, like last time when I froze all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because every time I talked, it froze because the Matrix hates me because I know it's real.
Oh, no.
Your NSA agents have got it in for you.
Yeah.
That is it. List. Okay. So we have Ptah-hotep's instruction, the 7 octaves of vibration.
Yes, that one. That is,
and the Ark of the Covenant. Now, this probably has a lot of tie-ins with Gurdjieff because Gurdjieff talks about the law of octaves.
Yeah.
So
and also I can relate it to my teaching of the guru. I mean, my guru, to make it even more simple. But it's extremely deep. I mean, and it's super interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, and if we don't get it to it this time, I really want to get to it next time. Tablet number 3 in the Emerald Tablets. Because it talks about don't you have to speak in the face of when evil tries to twist the truth, basically, because that's more important, you know what I mean?
Definitely.
And something about the bondage of men, and they can't be free without the truth and things like that. So I feel like it's very relative to today.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is very relevant. I just read a talk about that from my guru. It says if you don't speak up, if you don't fight for like a bold warrior, you might meditate for the rest of your life. You will not be in the kingdom of heaven. And she was really bold. I can bring some. Maybe I can once read what she says about it. But I don't have the text here. I have to. Yeah.
All of this takes courage.
Yeah.
And it kind of says about the frequencies. Maybe, hopefully we will, but because it says like we are these beings of light and that we change colors and like the stars. And like I say, I see us as light, like he describes it in tablet number 3.
But really cool. if you're like in that high awareness, you see the inner side of the people and not so much the outer side. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's it. So we have to we have to tell our little group that we are on. So you can start.
All right, are we ready? Okay, good.
Yes.
All right, so this is chapter 32 out of Initiation by Elizabeth H. Or I'm not sure the pronunciation of her last name. She's German, isn't she? I think her ancestry.
Yeah, she's from Austria.
Yeah. In Austria, that's right. Okay, great. Okay. Ptah-hotep's instruction, the 7 octaves of vibration, and the Ark of the Covenant. I stand before Ptah-hotep and listen devoutly to his words. Today, I shall explain to you the laws on which the staff's miraculous effect is based. These are, of course, simple laws of nature. God is everywhere present, and the emanation of his omnipresence is manifest in the visible, material world as natural law. Therefore, nothing can happen outside natural laws. Yet these laws differ from one stage of development to another. Different laws apply to the spiritual, the mental, and the material world. And in the material world, we find different laws at work in one and the same form of matter, depending on the magnitudes involved. For example, it is a law of nature for the surface of a body of water at rest to be horizontal. But this law is valid only within certain magnitudes. A drop of water in the calyx of a flower has a spherical shape, and a microscopic being living in this miniature world would come to the conclusion that water always has a spherical shape. Why? Because the relation between the surface tension of water and the power which forces water into the horizontal is very different in a drop, that is, in a small quantity, from what it is in a large body of water. And yet the same laws of water are at work. People know very little about the laws of nature, with the exception of those they have experienced in daily life. They have become accustomed to these and call them laws of nature. And having found names for them, they believe they know the true essence of the laws of nature. They accept these laws and their effects as a matter of course. But when they are suddenly confronted by some phenomena they know nothing about, they immediately speak of miracles or magic. People do not realize that these forces are no less laws of nature than those to which they have become accustomed and think they know, even though they haven't the vaguest notion about their true character. For man doesn't know why a plant will grow from a seed or why a new being will evolve from an impregnated cell. Neither do people know what insemination really means and why after insemination the cell will divide and subdivide. They have no idea why this subdividing process is repeated again and again, not even stopping at birth, going on and on until a full-grown individual has developed out of that one single first cell. Then, still going on until this chain reaction slows down by itself and gradually gives way to a decline. But since people experience this daily, they take it for granted and aren't the least bit surprised at all. Still, the growth of a plant out of a seed, the birth of a child, death, the different effects of the winds blowing from different directions, and many other experiences of everyday life are just as miraculous as the effect and the secret of this staff and the other miracles and the magic power of the initiated. For you truly to understand the forces used by the initiated and applied through this staff of life, you will first have to learn a number of things. When we spoke about the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you learned that everything which has taken on material form is visible and perceivable only because it has fallen out of perfect unity and perfect equilibrium. But from this state of disjunction, everything tends eternally to return to unison and balance. Equilibrium means complete repose, motionlessness. On the other hand, to have become something, that is, to have taken on visible, tangible form, is identical with loss of balance and with the constant urge to regain this equilibrium. It means incessant unrest with continual movement. Should this constant motion cease, even for only a moment, all creation would suddenly be transformed into spiritual energy. That is, the material would be destroyed, or rather disappeared. Do you want to say something?
Can we interject and like relate to what you read?
What's that?
Can we interject and then relate to what you just read?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think so. This is going to be a long chapter, so we might not get
it's
into
very
it
long.
all. Yeah.
And you have to stop at one because it's...
This is like dense so far. There's a lot in here.
Yeah,
what are you going to say,
Sue? Right there.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, because what you just read about in the physical, it's constant unrest to reach the balance. And in the Emerald Tablets, it says that it's only through man's constant struggle and turmoil, like on this realm, that they reach the higher spiritual star world. I don't know what to call it.
Right. Well, this idea that existence is motion.
Yeah.
And yet, within each of us, there is a center of stillness that never moves.
And everything, it's like the opposites. The action is out from everything. It starts from inside, actually. The reflection is outside.
Right.
And as human beings live in the outside world, they forgot actually that it starts inside.
Right.
And that's why they are like, they just live in from chaos to chaos, actually. While one who's totally aware is extremely focused and concentrated, so he doesn't lose his concentration 1 second, actually.
Yes.
And if you read more in that book, it's like, oh my God, we are such little chickens without a head in this world, not knowing where to go, where to run. Right. It's like, it's crazy. And they had an extremely high awareness. They were just always, no matter what kind of circumstances, in the center, in inward, actually. So they could see, they could see really through you. They know your emotions. They see your thoughts. I mean, it's not like this. It's written in. They feel your thoughts. They know what you think. They know, and that's why. And the thing was also resembling to the lions. Like they see the lions as a very noble animal. That's why they call it as the king of the animals, as they are very sensitive for ugliness from inside. And if you're ugly inside, they attack. But once you're totally, when you're above all that and you're above all those materialistic desire, actually, let's call it like those lower desires, a lion will lay next to you, and you can relate that to the Bible too.
The desire to experience things in 3D, to experience this physical form, to do certain things, to experience things like love, things like work, eating, making love, all of the different varieties of 3D experience that we kind of take for granted. This was all kind of tempting, I think, to the self when we first chose to descend from 5D down to 3D. And some people have theorized that was what happened in Atlantis, that they were in 5D, and many through their actions or through their thoughts decided, let's go see what it's like on the other side, kind of a deal. I'm just speculating.
They fell too much in the material. They fell so much in the matter that they could not. They lost the power over their mental and then emotional, actually spiritual growth. So that's why they were surrendered to their lower desires. Lower, maybe between lower, not really lower, but the material desires. And they lost it. But I thought that
in all of that, there's a pathway back home again.
Yes, that's what they tell.
I've been talking for a while on the ascent of love in Shakespeare and in Plato, and it's like spirit left us a pathway.
Yes.
You got to return someday, so here it is.
Well, it's almost like you feel it inside that you're not home, that there's a home for you somewhere, and that you need to get back there. And then through this experience, you go back home. You finally get to go back home.
Well, you try everything and nothing works. Well, maybe I should start thinking about what I'm doing.
But what I get out this book is that the godlike people, they're just 100% godlike people, but they merged with humans, and it was meant that they would learn the way how they reach their awareness. But yeah, they became they did some, and they got merged, and so they got many godlike people got merged with humans, and then those godlike people again, so they go down and more down in the matter, and then they, even if they became initiated, they still had those desire for power, and that's what happened with Atlantis.
I think if we don't understand our history, I mean our ancient, I mean really ancient history, if we don't begin to rediscover that, I think it's possible. I think that the universe is, if we really consciously determine that we need to know, the universe will respond to that need, and we will begin to rediscover where we've been and what we've done and what we've chosen and all of that. Because we need that in order to, like Susan said, we need that in order to get home. We need to get out of here. We need to return to where we are, because this is really painful.
And I remind you, so another person here, and she got a dream. It's not me, but it's someone else. And in that dream, our guru said, like, we are now in the time, the beginning of the golden age. It started now, just now. And she said, you have 4 years' time to raise your awareness higher and higher. That's now the time. And you should be ready. If not, and then it stops. So it's like in 25, and there was only mist and fog. So I was thinking, reminding me of that book, oh my God, if we are not in that higher awareness, we will not be there in the, yeah. I mean, I felt, I mean, we can, she said now all the energies are there to meditate very high so that you really can unite with yourself, like totally be united with the self, not with the matter. And that we should do this now. Even, and on the other hand, the light is getting deeper and deeper, but on the other hand, the struggle with evil is getting stronger. Like those two.
Yeah. Everything is becoming more defined, more polarized, more sharp. You know, the contrast, the differences between light and dark, and you know, the polarity is becoming more intense, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
And it's our choice, actually. Where do we go?
It is. It's a choice.
Do you want to lay your feet and your head at the light, or you want to go back to the matter? That's what literally was the dream about.
In the Dark Crystal, during the last great conjunction, the Ur-Skeksis made a choice, and that choice led them to shatter the crystal, and the crystal became dark, and they separated into separate bodies of light and dark, the mystics and the Skeksis, and division and destruction, and then what was a paradise became a wasteland. And I think you have the same image in mythology in Beauty and the Beast, when the castle and its surrounding countryside is blighted. Nothing will grow there. And you have it also in the Grail legends, in the various Grail legends, when Logris or you know, Britain, Logris is the ancient name for it, was, you know, the land suffered because Arthur was divided. You know, he had lost, he had forgotten the secret that he had once possessed, and that secret was he and the land are one. You know, we are one. And
if you are in the highest awareness, you feel everything. You feel, you sense somebody, like you sense your neighbor, you're the person 100%, you sense the water, you sense the tree, you're united with all the elements, earth, water, fire, air, and you know, and you know and understand it.
Well,
Right.
Because we were just talking about how like it's getting darker and you can see the split coming of like light and dark and everything. And it's in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, but I think it's the one by Billy Carson, because you know how like each like tablet has their own introduction, whoever writes the book. But I'm pretty sure it's that one. But and it says that suffering exists to transform the mortal to a state of immortality.
Yes.
You have to go through those struggles and learn those lessons and face things that you might not want to face in order to transform. If everything's good all the time, you're not going to grow.
Right. It sucks, but if we don't suffer, we're never going to leave here.
Yeah. And that sucks.
I know it sucks, but damn it. Right. Yeah.
That's true. I mean, that's also true. People who have like kind of smoothly life, they're not seeking for something else. They're happy with their life.
No, and I was gonna say that too, like Atlantis, Noah and the Ark, it's all they became greedy. And we right away think money with greed, but it's not just that, because like even poor people just consume, whether it's TV or
it's not about
or so it's just wanting more and more of the material that eventually leads to the downfall.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with rich or poor, because actually it's only about the awareness, because there are poor people who are extremely aware and rich people also. And then both of them, the rich, very indulging in materialist, and poor too. They're very always desiring.
I'll give you an example from my experience. My students are all, sons and daughters of sometimes 2- and 3rd-generation farm workers. They want to get out of the fields. They know they've been screwed by the system.
Right.
I don't have to tell them. They know it.
Right.
So, which of course makes my job all the easier. But when you've suffered, when your parents have suffered, when your grandparents have suffered, you're much more receptive to change.
To change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. And so one thing that Song said in a comment, some people suffer in vain, though. Well, yeah, if you're,
I don't see comments. Do you see comments?
I've actually got it here on the side.
Yeah.
Okay, it's over there on the side. Yeah.
Private chat or comment.
Yeah.
Click on comment.
Click on comments.
I figured it out halfway through.
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking nobody is on. Nobody is on. Okay, we're just chatting with ourselves, but okay. No.
It's just the three of us having a conversation.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Right? Yeah.
Good.
So, yeah. And some people they just refuse. They just refuse to respond, because I mean, if you just sit there and sleep, the universe is going to keep slapping you.
Right.
It will until, well, maybe our energy is recycled. Maybe that half hippo goddess, will come and devour their souls, like in the halls of Amenti, like you said, that one time. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't say it right, but it's M-A-A-T. I say Matt, and my friend because my family was like, Matt, I'm supposed to be saying Matt. I can't pronounce it right.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
should we read a little more?
Yeah, read.
Okay. So I'll pick it up from just the last sentence that I read. It means incessant unrest and with continual movement. Should this constant motion cease, even for only a moment, all creation would suddenly be transformed into spiritual energy. That is, the material would disappear and be destroyed. All energy, all the forces of the universe, are movements which emanate from one point, their own center, and radiate in circular waves in all directions, manifesting themselves as vibrations or oscillations. These manifestations of force cease only when the forces that have got out of balance regain their primordial state of equilibrium, the divine unity. Hence, when we speak of the primordial state, we mean the state in which all material phenomena have ceased to exist. In its true essence, matter, too, is motion, and if this motion comes to a stop, matter must necessarily cease to exist. As long as the three-dimensional material world exists, its immutable law is that of unrest, of movement. Well, this is all animal and plant life on Earth. Everything that is alive moves. Its cells reproduce, it breathes, or however it takes in nourishment, whether in the form of oxygen or carbon dioxide or material in the form of food. Everything moves, and it only stops when it dies.
Can you say to Patricia the chapter you're reading out? Patricia's
yes,
asking.
Patricia, this is chapter 32. Tahotep's instruction, the 7 octaves of vibration, and the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah.
From initiation.
From initiation. There it is.
Yeah, she pulled it up on archive.com. Right?
Yes. Yeah, she did. The fact that the creative... Yeah, go ahead.
Crap, now I forget. Yeah. It was something
okay.
Ed.
Something I said. You want me to? I can repeat that. It wasn't very long.
Repeat like the last 1 or 2 sentences.
Yeah, got it.
Yes.
Hence, when we speak of the primordial state, we mean the state in which all material phenomena have ceased to exist. In its true essence, matter too is motion, and if this motion comes to a stop, matter must necessarily cease to exist. As long as the three-dimensional material world exists, its immutable law is that of unrest, of movement. The fact that the creative force manifests itself on each and every level of innumerable possibilities means there are countless different wavelengths, waveforms, and frequencies. As long as we are in the body with its limited perceptive ability, we can perceive only a certain number of these waveforms because our organs, our biological organs of sense, are limited. Whether some form of vibration appears to us as immaterial energy or as solid matter depends upon our own idea and the vibration of something which is basically nothing but movement, vibration, or frequency. The shorter the waves in which a form of energy manifests itself, the less our consciousness records the sensation of matter. To the vibrations that are transmitted directly to our consciousness by our organs of sense, we give names according to the sensations we feel: matter, sound, electricity, heat, taste, smell, and light. The still higher immaterial energies and radiations, perceptible only by means of our brain and nerve centers, we call thought waves, idea waves. Beyond them are still higher, more penetrating rays and frequencies, all the way up to the very highest, all-pervading frequencies of the divine creative power, life itself. We can only perceive these frequencies as a state of consciousness. So, throughout the universe, countless varieties of vibrations are at work, ranging from the shortest to the longest wavelength. Every form of creation, beginning with the celestial bodies and ranging all the way down to the tiniest monocellular creature, are the myriad manifestations of creation, are the effects of various forms of these rays. We live in these various rays, whether we know it or not. Even more, these forms of energy have built and formed us, human beings, and are constantly at work in our body, our mind, and our entire being. The whole universe consists of these various vibrations. The sound of these creative vibrations we call God. God himself stands above all manifestations of life and rests in itself in absolute equilibrium without time and without space. But it is constantly radiating itself out into material forms in order to give these forms life. As God is omnipresent and fills the entire universe, everything that is in the universe is penetrated and filled by God. Nothing can exist without being in God and without God's penetrating it, as God is everywhere present and nothing can displace or dislodge him from his own presence. Consequently, Every point offers a possibility that God may manifest itself through it. And everything that exists in our perceptible world carries this point as its own center within itself. From this point, there began its first manifestation, its creation, its fall from equilibrium. This aspect of God, who creates the material world and gives it life by penetrating it, that is, the actual life in us and in all creatures, we call the higher self.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to say the life energy, if you relate it to the Indian ways, it's they call it the Kundalini. It's the Kundalini is in everything and in every human, every animal, every plant, every tree. You can they have that life energy, and it's called actually it's called Kundalini, or the nourishing, or the Tao if you relate it to Lao Tse. It's that energy, the always pervading energy.
And what he just said, Meister Eckhart is saying the same exact thing in his sermons.
Yes.
Which it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Why? Because mystics from all over the world in every culture are perceiving the same direct reality.
Yes.
Beaufont said something about, let me see if I can find it, matter, and it having to have where is it? Matter isn't simply energy. Matter because it vibrates. It needs to vibrate in a constructive wave alignment with itself and or an observer. And Alan Watts said that I guess they did a study to see if a tree does make a sound when it falls in the woods, right? No one's there to hear it. Well, they were saying, and he was saying that they decided, no, it doesn't, because if it falls, it makes vibrations. It needs an ear or a speaker to pick up that vibration in order. So everything in the universe is in a symbiotic relationship with each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We are connected with the tree through the sound waves.
Yes.
The perceiver is the perceived.
Yeah.
And we are not separate from the tree. And so if I or you or Christine are absent when the tree falls, the tree will still fall and it will still make a vibration. But does it make a sound? Well, a sound is a relationship. It's a like you just said, it's a symbiotic relationship.
And how deeper the energy goes in the matter, how less we can see vibrations. Like music is also, that's vibrations we can hear in sound waves. You have colors as vibrations, you have sound, and they're all vibrations. But how deeper it is, like a table, like a chair, it's all vibrations, but it's more and more still much deeper in the matter.
Music,
but still,
it reminds us of those higher frequencies.
Yes.
You know, when you listen to Beethoven, like the Ninth Symphony, and you listen to the choral finish,
yes,
your consciousness is raised.
Yeah.
It is. Your awareness is raised.
And
because,
go
go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, because and you can feel music. Music moves you. It takes you to a different state. Like angry music can make you feel like you ever listen to a song and you're driving faster and you don't even realize you're driving faster. And then there's other stuff that can make you cry because it's just so
and that's why
inside you.
One of the forms of torture that they used in Guantanamo after the Iraq invasion, when they were putting people in Guantanamo, was to broadcast 24 hours a day certain types of music that were offensive to those people, the Muslim people that were in it.
Yeah.
So the elites know that music is very powerful.
Yeah.
Oh hell yes, they do.
And then we have that 4032. The magic one that brings you, like Tesla. Tesla is in that higher waves of consciousness.
Yeah, he calls the ether the music of the universe, and once you hear it, you can't unhear it.
And Pythagoras called it the music of the spheres.
Mozart and I don't know who's the other one, Beethoven. They hear the music literally. That's why they start they start producing it, componing it, because they hear it. They hear the music. So and then they write it down in notes because their awareness was also much more higher.
I think Beethoven was this might be challenged by a lot of people, but Beethoven was gifted by spirit with deafness so that he could hear the music of the universe.
Yes.
In his mind, because he had lost the physical organ of hearing. Just a thought, just throwing that out there.
No, I think it's true, but also Mozart. They tap in that height because they say, if you read, they say, I hear the angels sing. They both say. So they tap that music and they write it in notes. And that is why they're like, nobody can make their music because nobody's on that awareness anymore.
Beaufont says they don't hear it, they feel it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They feel
He's
it.
right.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
And it even says something about learning to when you learn to speak in frequency in the Emerald Tablets. Like we're supposed to speak, I guess, like on a higher level. Like that's how we're supposed to communicate with each other. This is very base.
Yeah. Yeah, actually if we really do on very high level, then it's telepathy.
I hope we get into telepathy because that's a big part of this book.
Yeah.
Telepathy is,
yeah, we can. That's good.
Definitely.
That's a good one for next topic, maybe. It's amazing. It's an endless.
Yeah, Christine, I love this book because she was so there. Like she was really there. Like everything I'm hearing, I'm like, she was really there.
Yeah, we should go to Egypt if anybody wants. Egypt, I mean, no, but really, Egypt is still quite free. You don't have to wear a mask. You can still go there, and they would be extremely happy because they want tourists. They need tourists.
Yeah.
And they will spoil you like no one else because they're really good. I mean, they're very good. They have very good hospitality. If you go there, you drink everywhere tea. They want to bring you everywhere. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So actually, that would be nice, and the travels are very cheap. Yeah.
Jennifer has a really good comment. She says, "When the yellow vests sing together, I cry and don't even understand the words."
Oh wow.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
That's the brotherhood and the love for the people.
Yeah, you can feel it.
It's powerful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, then the singer, the Hawaiian singer, Easy. I mean
He's beautiful.
I was in Hawaii and I heard him the first time there, and I started crying. I couldn't stop anymore. It's like my heart that was like room that went open, and all sadness I went out, and I was crying. Because he had that voice. It was like, and I was so shy because nobody knew when everybody was looking at me. Oh, she's crying. I couldn't stop crying.
He's someone that embodies love. He embodies love.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what we hear. That's what we hear.
Well, that's like, I grew up Catholic, right? And so when I was 15, I switched to Pentecostal, which is a dramatic change. But so like Catholics like for 45 minutes. Pentecostals like woohoo for like 2 hours.
You go to the opposite. It is.
Yeah. So Catholic Church, like, their songs and everything are like everything was always, like you felt like you didn't feel spiritual when you left that place at all,
it's the church is done. I was out of church.
Thank God it's over. Where's breakfast? That's what it was like. And but at Pentecostal church, like they would like clap and sing and like you would cry because you would just feel all this energy, all this positivity, and it was amazing. Like you could feel it.
Yeah.
You know what Shakespeare says about music? He says, "That man that has not music in his soul, nor is not moved by concord of sweet sounds, is fit for nothing but treasons, stratagems, and spoils. The motions of his spirit are as dull as night, and the thoughts of his mind are as dark as Erebus. Let no such man be trusted." So he got it. You know, music, like Beaufont just said, you know, our passions must be rationed until our rations sing along. And that's a quote by Saul Williams. That's a really good quote. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
Okay. Should I continue or
yeah, I think
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
We're on the I think everybody
Susan,
has
you got something else? She got
just
something
one
else.
thing. Yeah, I've been taking notes while you read, so I don't forget.
Cool.
So, you said about being in matter and being in unrest, right?
Yeah.
And there is, because I'll have to paraphrase because I don't have good memories too, but so that man can't exist in this realm without being in conflict. And that doesn't necessarily mean like going to war and all, but even with nature, like we are not more powerful than a tornado or and you know, we have to pick the plant to eat. Even if we don't have animals, we have to. So it's like we have to be in this relationship of kind of, and I guess that's the problem like now, and greed. We overdo it. We can be in conflict with Earth without hurting each other or hurting the Earth.
Well, she says existence itself is the manifestation of imbalance.
Yeah.
In a disharmony.
We're out of the center.
And until we get ourselves back into balance, we're going to keep coming back here. And I think that will probably tie in with reincarnation. Why we keep getting our asses dragged back to this place.
No way. No, we evolve every time higher and higher.
I know. At least,
I mean, or we fall again and we start over.
Yeah, no, I can't do that.
No, we neither.
Step up. I'll do another round. Just another level.
So, I'm done. This is the last one. I'm done.
It's like, how drunk at the bar can we get, you know?
Right.
It is.
Man. I'm running out of time. I gotta get my shit together.
Yeah. Is it last call yet? Oh, it's never last call, dude. You can always have another drink if you want. Do you really want one?
Yeah.
No, that's why you better die with complete awareness, then you can choose. But if you're not aware, you just go to another birth without even knowing that you have died.
Right.
That's the lowest. Even you can go into an animal or whatever because you're so unaware that you have no idea where you direct your energy. Well, I'm so absent-minded. I might just forget.
She wakes up like I'm a platypus. What did I do?
That's what I would do.
Yeah, me, squirrel, and now I'm a squirrel.
There we go again. Oh, Lord, please help me.
We could go on and on with that. Oh my.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Read a little more? All right. Okay. Right. This aspect of God who creates the material world and gives it life by penetrating it, that is, the actual life in us and in all creatures, we call the higher self. Expressions like God, creator, universal self, higher self, or the creative principle all mean one and the same divinity in its various aspects. The energies radiating from the center are still highly spiritual in the center and of the highest frequencies. But the farther out they radiate from the center, the more material they become, until these radiating energies are gradually changed into matter. In this way, the radiating power limits itself, and at the edge of manifestation, farthest removed from the center, it becomes a hard material rind or crust. For this reason, the picture or the name of God who manifests himself in the visible world is a circle, an inner circle of higher powers surrounded by a hard material rind or crust. And she actually has a picture here, and I'll hold it up so you guys can see it. You guys can see it right there, right? Okay, good. Expressed in letters, the symbol is Om. All creatures, from the central suns down to monocellular beings. Yeah, go ahead.
This is also the Om, according to Vedas. Like my
yes. Mm-hmm.
No, I guess,
There it is right there. Yeah, that's the pronunciation of the syllable, right? Yes.
And it's the first sound when the creation, the Big Bang, and then it was the Om sound.
Right. So all creatures from the central suns down to monocellular beings are built according to this principle.
Stop it.
What?
Oh, no, I know. Okay.
What?
Oh, no.
What did I miss? I was looking down like a bookworm, looking down at the page, and I missed something funny.
No. Okay.
We're just happy.
You're what?
We're happy.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. All right.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Look at a cross-section of our Earth. In the center, the mighty forces are still in the evolutionary stage of the fire cycle. Next come the gaseous regions, then those of the molten or liquid circles, and the outer form is the rind of hard matter. But I want to tell you, too, that another opposing force, the centripetal force, is also active at the same time, drawing all material manifestations inward towards itself. And if hard matter were not sufficiently resistant, all manifestations of life would be drawn into their own centers and disappear. Even our Earth, with all the forms of life upon it, would suffer this fate. The resistance of matter prevents this from happening, and only for this reason is it possible for all creation to exist and life to have come forth here on this hard material crust of the Earth. Don't forget the resistance of matter, because we shall talk about it again. This makes perfect sense to me because there is a creative impulse, and there's also an impulse to return home.
Mm-hmm. Destruction and creation.
Which is the energy of the torus. The torus, everything flows into the center, and then it goes out into manifestation again, which creates the shell, and then it returns to the center again, and on and on and on. It's a flow.
Can you also
and that's in us too. It's in us.
Can you relate it to the P? To the P, that one, this one.
The
infinity, the A.
The infinity symbol. Yes, definitely. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you see it in the go ahead.
Because I was just going to say, it's almost like you have your up, your downs, and your up.
Right.
And then you're in and ups, and you're in the center.
You just started freezing. Infinity.
Oh, boy. Of course.
Yes, of course.
Matrix.
Right? Yes, I know.
Anyway, I told you. Anytime I'm onto something.
The NSA agent is like, let's fuck with her now. Ha ha ha. Push the buttons, you know.
We're going to break her somehow. Cool with slavery.
Well, she didn't buy COVID. Yeah. Let's figure out something else.
Wait, the aliens are coming. Don't worry.
There are in the tarot, there's 3 representations of the infinity symbol. It's in the 2 of Pentacles, it's in the Magician, and it's in the Strength card.
Yeah.
So
I just a little bit, Jonathan, you were reading this the I Ching, and then you draw the tarot. I draw exactly the same tarot, exactly the same.
You did. That's
exactly.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's
awesome. Like, wow, what a synchronity.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But you can explain better tarot. I know a bit, but not so much.
There are a lot of people on listening to this feed that have been using the tarot for a long time.
Yeah.
Definitely.
No, I do it occasionally. I'm more busy with astrology, but I use it sometimes because you can relate it also with astrology. But everything
they're all oracular traditions. All of them are, and these are all tools for self-knowledge.
Yeah.
For self-discovery.
More than prediction, because if you use it for prediction, you use it. Yeah. It's always
because the farther out in the future you go, the more variables and relative events that can happen that will, it's like trying to predict where a current in an ocean is going to lead you one way or the other.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, and every moment you have the possibility to change. That's why actually predictions brings you nowhere, or it gives you a self-fulfilling prophecy.
We all have free will, And that means that really, the elites try to predict our behavior all the time. You can't do it.
No, they can't either.
Because at any moment, one of the sheep might wake up. And then all of their predictions, all of their programming, all of their algorithms just go right out the window.
They will go out of the window.
Fuck that. I'm not going to turn on the TV today. I'm going to go for a walk, or I'm going to read a book, or I'm going to, go pet my dog or my cat. Right? And fuck that. Fuck all the programming. We are unpredictable. We need to start acting like it.
Acting unpredictable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Because before this started, I know it's kind of off topic, but me and Christine were talking about like this and Facebook and stuff, and like my phone, like it's becoming a problem. Like this is not normal. This is not real life. And I keep feeling guilty. Like I almost feel like I have an addiction and that I'm guilty. Like I'm doing something wrong and I'm wasting my life. Like this.
Yeah, me too. I have the same. I think it's gone. My for next year, I have internet, maybe one in the evening, and in the daytime I want to be creative. I want to do all things what I like to do. And fuck internet. I mean, fuck the programming. No, sorry.
Did Christine just drop a few F-bombs?
I get excited when she curses. It's happy for me.
Yeah, anyhow, so I do what I want to do. I go in. Anyhow, I'm done with that. Because actually we just feed it. We feed it constantly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when I say we're building the matrix for them right now, we are literally building the matrix for them right now. They are tracking everything we do and like, oh, this is how they interact, and somehow they became friends with this person, and like that. Like we were talking just then, energies and vibrations interweaving, right?
I love fucking with
doing
them.
energy and vibrations and weaving.
I love giving them false information about myself, right?
Yeah.
For a while, I had them all thinking that I was gay because I was meant, deliberately like looking up things. I was just fucking with them. We need to fuck with them all the time, and screw up their algorithms and give them false information about ourselves.
Yeah,
because they're pricks, basically, and they deserve it. They deserve to be lied to.
Right, and they can't build this matrix without us. The AI needs us to learn from in order to build it. And like we willingly, and I get it, especially now because like lockdown and stuff, and it's crazy. And that's what I mean. Like this is all just this huge trap, and we don't even realize how much we are falling into it. Like these shows that are awake. And it drives me insane every day. I'm a literal crazy person.
Yes. Riley's doing it too, because she's a man. I think she selected purposely male gender on Facebook because every time I see something from her, it's like awesome. She said this. I was like, what the fuck? Kudos to Riley. Definitely. Yeah. Fuck with the system, basically.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, it's crazy. So
can you remember when I just moved independently? I had no phone, I had nothing, no computer, nothing. I just I went with my bicycle to friends, all the kind of things. Can you remember? People cannot even imagine anymore.
No, they can't.
No, and I see like 3-year-olds on a phone, and it's like, oh my God, like this is what we're creating, and now we did that.
Well.
And now the mask. And if you think about it, it only took 20 years to get us to become this trenched in
since 9/11. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, they can break a generation fast.
Steve Jobs and a bunch of the other Silicon Valley execs and employees do not let their kids learn with tablets or phones or any of that shit. They just have pencil and paper and books.
Yeah. Well, like
what does that tell you?
Private schools are still open and kids can go, but not public schools.
Oh, really?
It's all online. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Is that crazy? Yeah. So if you're rich, your kids get to still learn. But if you're poor, you're going on the internet and becoming a matrix slave.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's totally not cool. We got to do something.
Yeah.
I can't take it anymore. I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Should I continue? Okay. All right. That's okay. No, this is great. I'm enjoying this. Okay, so She was talking about the Earth and how the Earth has a core of fire, and then it's liquid and air, and then it's Earth on the outside. So it's like what Gurdjieff says about the ray of creation. It starts from the absolute, and then it descends. He uses the word descends through all of the different galaxies and suns and planets until Earth. And then right after Earth is the moon. And the moon, in our individual ray of creation, is the end of the line. It's the lowest form, and it's also subject to the most dense matter, and therefore the most rules of manifestation. So that was a really interesting thing. That was one more thing I wanted to point out. Hopefully I'll be able to talk about Gurdjieff at some point.
Yeah, Gurdjieff is very interesting.
He's very interesting.
Yeah,
okay. Here we go. Here is another example to illustrate the inner structure of material forms. A section through the spinal column of any vertebrae shows the same construction. The extremely fine substance of the marrow of the backbone carrying the creative power of life, developed and protected by the hard crust of bone. Whatever bone you cut, be it skull, vertebra, or leg bone, you will find the same cross-section. That's really interesting. If you cut the stem of a plant, you will come upon the same pattern. Have you ever looked at trees after they have been felled? The inner structure of the tree,
Even the thumb,
yes.
you see those, the same spiral everywhere.
Yes, your thumbprint,
And isn't that like when they show magnetism coming from the Earth?
Yes.
And then you have like Stonehenge and stuff.
Yes.
And Egypt is like the exact center of all landmass on Earth.
Yes.
And it's almost like they knew how to harness that. And we are more involved with magnets because magnetism causes light. So, you know, it's all connected. I just don't know how.
Stonehenge and Avebury and other ancient sites in Britain are on the same ley line.
Oh, it's really wonderful.
Energy line. Yes.
Yep.
It's so wonderful to cross to south of England and to see Stonehenge and Glastonbury. We should do that. It's so wonderful, England, and with the beautiful gardens and it's so wonderful.
England, the English love their gardens.
Yes.
They are avid gardeners. Yeah, they're hobbits. You know, that's Tolkien was, you know, modeling the hobbits after the English countryside.
Yes. Yeah, it's wonderful. The English countryside is beautiful.
It really is. Okay. The inner structure of the tree is exactly the same. Radiating from the center are circles of vital energy fed by the finer matter of the tree's innermost substance. The annual rings reflect the yearly radiation of life in the tree that takes place every spring, surrounded and protected by the outer ring of hard bark. Growth always starts from the center and radiates outward. The innermost source of all powers and manifestations is God. This aspect of God, who is clothed in matter and makes living beings out of created forms, in which we call the higher self the Logos, which in Greek means the word, is what draws us back into our own center, since we have fallen from the divine unity, from the state of paradise. It is the heavenly bridegroom for whom the human soul longs. One should never mistake this divine self for the personal I, which in itself has no true existence and is merely an imaginary being. He's talking about the illusion that all of us have, that we are a separate individual consciousness.
It's like the ego. We live through our ego, but never through the self. And I'm just going on the comments. Of course, the internet, we learn to know each other, which is wonderful. But at once you have to boundaries at one time, because it sucks you up, and you have also your life behind you. I mean, in where you live. Yeah. And when the balance is out, then it's not good anymore. But it's nice. We learned each other through internet. That's true.
Well, you know, they designed it as the final piece in their control matrix for Aquarius, because They designed the internet, but we took the bitch over. In a lot of ways, we are doing it.
Yeah.
And
actually, we use their tool to destroy them. I mean, the same.
Spirit through us is working to, okay, you want to do that? Fine. I'm going to turn it up on its, I'm going to turn it over on its head. I really think that the way that we have used the internet to wake each other up.
That's the best.
Yeah.
Is what Spirit had planned.
Yeah, and that's because divine always uses the tricks of the evil they use the same power they use to destroy them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that's
right.
Yeah.
Right, but my thing is, I don't know, I just have a weird thing about technology anyway, but I just feel like it is like, because to me, like, the ground is real, the earth is real, like
me too.
My hand is real. Like this to me isn't exactly real.
For me, same.
Yeah.
I have the same. I'm totally with you. When I'm outside the whole day on Sunday, I'm with the trees, or I'm painting, or I'm here in the house, I'm walking. That's for me also real, and I feel the difference. I feel the difference very, very much.
It is different. Yeah. Like even now, like my energy is vibrating and lighting. I want to be hiding on the fire talking about this. Yeah. Damn it!
Say that again. Say that again.
Oh. Say it again. Say it again.
I was saying that like so my I could feel the energy. I'm very like alive right now. So for me, it's like I want to be outside with you guys and by a fire and the stars and like it. And then it's like
that's why I want to meet people in a lodge and to have a fireplace and to talk and just to have fun and to make music and to make. That's why I want to meet people, just for that, because I'm also a physical person. Like I need to, and it's a whole big difference because I had to follow just one example more. I had to follow some class online, Zoom. And then the teacher said, because of lockdown, you know what, we just come together one time and we go to the park. And then we met the person in real. It was such a big difference. It was such more closeness. It is a whole, really, it's extremely different. That's why it's very necessary to meet in real life.
Well, and because like I said, like our energy raises, right? And we are all connected. So when you're in person, your energy is mixing in with the other energy and it's taking you to a whole new level. Like the whole, if two or more are gathered in my name, I am there. So that's what I'm saying. When two people are in the same room talking about this higher energy and the energy is raising, God is there. But I feel like this kind of brings you close, but it's not really real.
Exactly. That is what I try to tell all the time. And because I experienced it really, I thought to me, okay, it's nice on internet. But then when we meet the same people in real life, it's really a big difference. It is a big difference. Cannot deny it.
Yeah. Well, you should see some of the shenanigans that Beaufont and I get up to on our afternoon walks in La Mesa every other week. So.
Oh yeah, sure. It must be. Yeah, you have nice. You can come.
So nice and different, right?
What's that?
It must be really nice, and it's probably
it's great.
Being on here.
It's great. Yeah.
So that's why, that's why we need to meet at some time or whatever. Some people, at least, would be nice, really.
He's every bit of a chucklehead in person.
She said some people. She said we really have to meet with some people.
Did I say that? Oh, slip. See? Yeah. I can't help it.
Some people anyway.
Right.
Christine keeping it real.
Right. Great.
So terrible.
Okay. All right. Here we go. So just to recap, he's talking about how growth always starts from the center, from God, and then emanates outward.
Yeah.
Although the same God is everywhere present in every creature, it is manifest in countless different variations because God reveals itself on every single level on which manifestation is possible. The created forms manifested on these various levels reveal only as much of God as each form can consciously experience and bear of the divine creative force corresponding to its own level. That's why we have different levels of truth. In the Bible, it's represented symbolically as stone, water, and wine, because you start with stone and then you work on that until you're finally sick of it because it's stupid, killing each other over dogma. And then you work your way up to truth, or up to water, which is alive, which gives life. Water gives life. Mm-hmm. Yes. But it's also both the mind and the heart, because you have to exercise both of them.
Yeah. So if I can go the 5 elements, when you use them, the higher energy, the higher octave of the 5 elements. From earth, it's gravity. From fire, it is light. From water, it's softness and love. Yeah. From air, it is vibrations. And from ether, it's all collectivity all over. So that's the higher form of all those elements.
All different manifestations of the absolute. Yes. Yeah.
And have you ever seen those experiments people do with the water and the light, and then they play music and vibrations, and it makes fractal patterns?
Mm-hmm.
And like their water, like it's all right there. We just have to put it together.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like all the evidence is there. It just has to be put together.
And it's like when you first see something like that, it's like, oh, that's cool. And then you don't connect the dots. It's like, why didn't I connect the dots on that 2 years ago when I first heard it? Now, oh yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, we're such idiots.
But you know what? I was thinking part of the problem is like we live in a world where we're an indoctrination camp from the moment we're born.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And because like some people give me crap about my kids, the way I am with my kids, I guess. But to me, it's like, I want them to learn, you know what I mean? Like no one ever inspired me to like, do what you like, no matter what, you know what I mean? It was always like, keep your dreams in this narrow little road because you have to make money. And to me, I'm like, money's not important. Look, we're alive. So go do what you like, and I just feel like if we were all like taught these things at a young age, or even if we weren't taught them, but like they resonate with us. We would have found this on our own at a younger age if we were allowed to explore for ourselves.
Yeah,
and,
that's
and I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah, and that's how you should learn. You have to learn people to explore, how to explore. That's all. Yeah, and then we figure out by ourselves. It's the freedom.
It's like the illusion of choice. Oh, are you a Democrat or a Republican? You know, do you want Coke or Pepsi? Do you want Ford or Chevy? That's not a fucking choice.
No.
Yeah. No, it's not.
No.
Yeah, we have a lot more options.
That's why I call they say free range kids. I mean, I'm not like just letting them do whatever they want, but
no, it's different.
Right. It's like, because like
you guide them.
Right. Like my son had a thing for school, and it was like about how nobody believes the news anymore because of Trump. And he had to write an essay about it. And he's like, it's not because of Trump, it's because of the news and they lie and And I was like, well, just say that. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's like, I'm gonna get in trouble. And I'm like, I don't care. Go ahead and do it. You know what I mean? So like be you, who cares what the system says or does? We're at a point now where we can die any moment from this system.
Yeah.
So
be
you.
Yeah. You can't scare us with this bullshit anymore. You can't.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Should I continue? Okay, here we go.
Yes.
All right. So, yes. One should never mistake this divine self for the personal I, which in itself has no true existence and is merely an imaginary being. The vital source behind every form of manifestation, be it a sun, planet, human being, animal, plant life, or inorganic matter is one and the same God, the same divine self. Although the same God is everywhere present in every creature, it is manifest in countless different variations because God reveals itself on every single level on which manifestation is possible, and the created forms manifested on these various levels reveal only as much of God as each form can consciously experience and bear of the divine creative force, corresponding to its own level. To consciously experience force means being this force and simultaneously radiating it in all directions, including into one's own body. For this reason, the body, too, must have adequate power of resistance. Otherwise, the radiations of the self would burn and destroy it. Hence, the bodies of the various manifestations of life are not made in the same way. On the contrary, the matter composing them is of different degrees of resistance, corresponding in each case to the level of consciousness of the manifestation of life concerned. You know that the chemical composition of matter determines which vibrations a body can support. When a body is subjected to a radiation in excess of its resistance, this harms its entire nerve system and can lead to a nervous breakdown and even to mental derangement. When the number of vibrations of this force exceeds the scope of an octave, the force even becomes lethal. This is why, when we want to initiate a person into a higher degree of divine power, we must first prepare his body, subjecting it, among other things, to a chemical process, in order that the difference will not be more than 1 octave at the most. Otherwise, he dies.
Ooh.
In the material, yeah, go ahead.
So, this is just some scary shit. Because they just said change you chemically.
Yeah.
To handle the higher vibration.
I know what you're thinking.
And they're going to give the vaccine to lower us.
Yes.
To a lower vibration.
So or to keep us right here. To keep us from moving.
I figured it out.
Yes, Susan. Yes, Susan. Exactly. Exactly.
I told you to take your soul. I was like, that the vaccine's going to steal my soul.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, you're crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't say it on the street. Well, they'll put you in something.
Yeah.
I also think that if you were forced against your will, if they held you down and injected it with you, if that happens to me, I'm saying, Spirit, I did not consent to this. Help me out here.
Yeah,
I think you anything.
Yeah, I think that helps because the Spirit is all. I mean, the all power of everything. It can do whatever it wants. So if you're not consenting, but you're forced, you will be safe. But if you consent, I think that's your own free will. You choose for the darkness.
Exactly, because being forced against your will is everything against natural law. It is against every principle in the universe.
Yes, it is.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Right. Which is it'll be curious to see if they actually try and force people to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they try that, there's a shit ton of bad shit that's going to happen to them if they do it, I think.
Yeah, I think
because the universe
destroy themselves
balances everything out. It balances everything out. They will destroy themselves.
Yeah,
well, they're already destroying themselves.
Yes.
Okay. In the material world, there are 4 levels of manifestation, which we call matter.
Yeah, wait.
Sorry.
No,
it relates to what you were just saying. Okay. This is one that I had tablet 3 up. So, so this is just a little paragraph that I'm going to read right now because it relates to what you just said. But keep thou not silent when evil is spoken for truth. Like the sunlight shines above all, he who oversteppeth the law shall be punished. For only through law comes the freedom of men. Because thou not fear, for fear is bondage, a fetter that binds the darkness to man. And right now, what are they doing? Probing fear.
Yeah, that's beautiful what you said. Yeah, my guru said fear is a sin. If you're fearful, you're sinning because you don't believe in the divine and the divine power.
Yeah, and it ties us to their darkness. Like us being afraid of them and being, I mean, like, I know, like, I'm not afraid. I just sense danger, and I know, you know, there might be
true. It's different. I mean,
because I'm not taking it. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I've accepted that fact. But I mean, like, to be like scared, like they are, like, oh, wear a mask and da da da, and it don't even make sense because half the time they're like, oh, wear a mask and don't infect me, but I'm gonna go out to eat with my family. So either you're scared or you're not. Like,
right.
It makes no sense.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
and it's just the fear that
it's
makes
all
us
contradictory.
sick.
Yeah. It's all contradictory.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's more like a sickness of the mind.
Yeah, and because they don't get it.
Yeah.
Because what was the doctor saying on the said, okay, then somebody asked about the vaccine. Yeah, but if you take the vaccine, you still can have COVID. You still can have the symptoms. You still can give the sickness to others. So, and then the one said, what's the use of having a vaccine otherwise? Because it doesn't help like nothing. I mean, it's like crazy.
Yeah.
But people think, but just give me.
And it's an irrational fear. It's not even, I don't even know what to even call it anymore, but like, it just reminded me of that because it's literally like whatever's going on and whatever they're spreading, and it's frequencies because it's all talk. None of it is in front of our eyes in the physical for real.
Right.
So
it's invisible.
Yes, it's literally like a sickness spell.
In the head, it's a spell.
Yeah. It's an enchantment. It's an enchantment.
It's La Maladie Imaginaire. Did you read that book, La Maladie Imaginaire from La Maladie?
I have heard of that. Is it a French title? Because it's
a French title. It's from a French writer. I forgot the name, but it's a famous writer, La Maladie Imaginaire. It's very good because it talks about the same. I like those, but it's translated in a story about somebody who's sick, but he's actually not really sick.
Right.
So very nice. You have to read the book if you can. La Maladie Imaginaire.
All fear is irrational. It is the antithesis of reason. Fear is, and it's also the antithesis of love and freedom. All three of them, because they. Yeah.
Well, that's why I always say there's a difference between being scared or being like fearful and sensing danger and knowing there's danger. You know, there's a difference between an awareness and fear. Yeah.
Yes.
Like I'm aware we might all get killed, but I'm not afraid.
Yeah, true.
What are they going to do? They're going to kill our meat suit? We'll just come back again.
Exactly. Yeah.
When you've attained a certain level of awareness, there's no putting that genie back in the bottle. Sorry about you. Too bad. We're gone.
Yeah.
And there's no putting that genie back in the bottle.
Yeah. And they know it.
No matter what they do. Because they're trying to deceive us into giving our consent. And it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit. Yeah. Okay. In the material world, that's okay. Sorry. In the material world, this is a conversation.
I know. I just always feel like I take us off track.
It's nice. It's good.
Okay.
Yeah. And now, okay. Yeah.
In the material world, there are 4 levels of manifestations, which we call matter, vegetable life, animal life, and human life, depending on the outward appearance and the degree of consciousness attained. Compared with the human being, we can hardly speak of all of the consciousnesses of matter, and yet a crystal may serve to show that matter too has a sort of consciousness. Each level of manifestation of life is characterized by its own degree of consciousness, which is 1 octave removed from the next. Only man has the power to manifest several degrees of consciousness, all the way up to the divine level. If we keep in mind the intervals, the octaves, by which we classify levels of evolution, we find that man, as a category, occupies 4 steps of the great ladder of evolution, reaching from earth up to heaven. Furthermore, we see that each step corresponds to 1 octave on the scale of vibrations. Man knows about these 4 steps or degrees and has given them names. Man, characterized by his intellect. Genius, characterized by intuition. Prophet, characterized by his wisdom and universal love. And the last and highest degree, that of the God-man, characterized by his omniscience and omnipotence. Thus, in the material world, we find 4 manifestations which together reveal 7 octaves of vibration. Every creature emits the vibration. Yes. Yeah. Well, 7 is a magical number, and it corresponds to the chakras. Many things. 7. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Every creature emits the vibrations of which it is made. That is, those which it consciously supports. Matter, the very lowest degree of consciousness, manifests itself only through contraction, cooling off, and hardening. The plant manifests itself on 2 levels, the material level and the level of force, vegetative force, that gives life to it. The plant manifests material vibrations unconsciously. It carries its body like a dress, but its level of consciousness is the vegetative level of force giving life to matter. Force manifested on this level has 3 distinct aspects by which it can be recognized wherever it appears: the search for food, the taking in of food, and the assimilation or digestion of food. The animal manifests 3 forces: the material, the vegetative, and the animal. It has a body, it seeks out its food, it eats and digests, and is conscious on the animal level. It has emotions, instincts, urges, feelings, sympathy, antipathy, and desires. The animal is conscious in the 3rd developmental stage, only 1 degree lower than man. The average man stands 1 octave of vibrations higher than the animals. He is conscious on the mental level. He has intellect and the ability to think, but at the same time, he manifests the 3 other levels. On the material, he has a body. On the vegetative, he seeks out food, eats, and digests it. On the animal, he has emotions, drives, sympathy, antipathy, and desires. But his most outstanding characteristic is his intellect. Man thinks consciously. With the next degree of development, man makes a big jump. He lifts his consciousness out of the world of effects into the plane of causes. He draws on the divine source of the causal plan and manifests this force that appears in his consciousness as intuition. With the help of his intellect and spiritual power, he is able to express his experiences on a higher plane in words and transmit them to his fellow men. He can also prove the existence of his intuition in other arts, without dimensions, in music, as a composer, in 2 dimensions with lines and colors, as a painter, in 3 dimensions, forms, as a sculptor, or as a dancer. People call the creative person a genius. He manifests the 5 octaves of vibration of the material, vegetative, mental, and causal forces. The degree of consciousness of the next higher octave of vibrations is, in the language of human beings, is called that of a prophet. The prophet manifests all the forces that work on the previously mentioned planes of consciousness, but he is also conscious on the next higher level too, the plane of divine wisdom and universal love. We must be careful never to confuse this universal love, which is manifested on the 6th plane and is a completely spiritual power, which the love of the 3rd, the animal plane, which is the manifestation of animal instincts. This latter kind of love is a vibration operating 3 levels lower at the source of which is the urge to propagate and procreate the species. Such love is desire for possession and always only seeks the body. It forces a person to come close to the loved one and embrace, kiss, and hug him or her, in a word, to possess.
I'm just going to see if someone's knocking on my door.
Okay, we'll pause it here until you get back.
No, it was a ghost.
Was it?
No, my door not went like this, and there is nobody.
Okay.
See, the spirit is here.
Right. Let me take that back a few sentences and reread that. Yeah. Okay. We must be careful never to confuse this universal love, which is manifested on the sixth plane and is a completely spiritual power, with the love of the third plane, the animal plane, which is the manifestation of animal instincts. This latter kind of love is a vibration operating 3 levels lower, at the source of which is the urge to propagate and procreate the species. Such love is desire for possession and always only seeks the body. It forces a person to come close to the loved one and embrace, kiss, and hug him or her. In a word, to possess. Whoever is subject to this kind of love is still living in his consciousness in the condition of dividedness and separation, and seeks a complementary physical partner in order to find satisfaction. This love always seeks to take, to have something, to possess. Love in the sixth plane of manifestation, the love of the prophet, does not come from a condition of division, but from the primordial condition of divine unity. Hence, this love is universal, always giving, never taking, needs no supplement, no physical manifestation, but always radiates from the consciousness of divine all unity. People who are conscious on this plane do not want to possess anybody. They seek freedom. They feel themselves one with the infinite all. The seventh and most perfect manifestation of God is the completely conscious man, the God man. All other forms of revelation manifest only transformed vibrations, only a part of God. A God man is a person who manifests God, his own divine self, completely and perfectly through a perfect consciousness, one who experiences and radiates the divine creative forces in their primordial, untransformed vibrations and frequencies. He is supremely conscious. No part of him is unconscious. Only man has the ability to master and to radiate all 7 octaves of vibration, as the nervous centers corresponding to the 7 octaves of transformed and untransformed creative power exist in his nervous system. On the other hand, he is only able to radiate vibrations on the levels on which he has become conscious. Because until he becomes conscious on a given level, the corresponding nerve centers remain in a latent condition. Thus, the average human being will radiate vibrations up to the 4th plane, the genius up to the 5th, the prophet up to the 6th, and only the God-man is able consciously to radiate all 7 octaves and to radiate the divine creative power, according to his own will, in its untransformed form, or to transform it, to change it, and transmit it in lower transformed frequencies. Your father's staff that you have seen consists of a material, a kind of brass that has the power of transmitting the radiation corresponding to every plane. It is so constructed that, according to the will of the user, it can transmit untransformed radiations, either diminished or amplified as desired by the user. Susan, this makes perfect sense when you were talking about the material that the emerald tablets were made of, that they couldn't understand how they were made or what substance they were made.
It's the God power, the totally awareness, yes. It's really interesting. And you know that symbol, I don't have, but you can, that symbol of the Egypt, it's like the circle and then
the Ankh?
a cross.
Yeah.
Like the Ankh.
Yes.
And that was actually a power tool, but now it's a symbol because it's no power in it if you buy it in the shop or something. But they use it to healing, but all the power was connected in it. So
yeah.
It was interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah, and
Yes, Susan.
Am I freezing?
No.
Am I freezing? Okay, all right. It's freezing over here.
No, you're good.
Well, because they even have like, okay, so I'm sure.
You
now she's frozen.
Am I frozen?
Of course, you knew it would happen. You knew it would happen.
I knew it. As soon as I start talking about Egypt.
Again. Repeat.
So there's hieroglyphs where it looks like they have big light bulbs, and people like say, oh, of course the official narrative is we don't know, but it's a freaking light bulb, right? And it has like that snake coil in it and everything, but it's connected to the stand with the Ankh symbol on top of it.
Yes.
It must be that instrument. Yeah, the pharaohs used it. I mean, the enlightened one. I mean, the godlike pharaohs or the godlike priests in Egypt.
Well, those carvings are inside of the Great Pyramid, aren't they?
Yes.
Aren't they inside? Yes.
Yeah.
The ones you just described,
right? You have to go.
Yeah.
You have to go.
Yeah. But and also, if you read Graham Hancock's Ark of the Covenant, because he went and researched it, and supposedly it's in this church in Ethiopia, and suppose
there we go again.
Someone is chosen. I told you some bullshit.
Okay.
So anyway,
go.
So
repeat.
You have to, you're special, and chosen to guard it, right? And everybody who guards it gets radiation poisoning and dies within a few years. There's some kind of radiation or something coming off of that, and they say if you opened it and stared at it, like in Indiana Jones, you meld it and stuff. So there's some do that, some kind of
really high, something really high, and it corresponds with what she just said, that if you're not ready for it, it'll fry you, it'll kill you.
If you're not ready. But that is that's what exactly happens when you're in even I went to Findhorn. If you know Findhorn, I don't know. Findhorn was also a spiritual community in Scotland.
Is it in Finland?
Scotland.
Oh, it's in Scotland. Yes. Okay.
Findhorn. So I went a long time ago, but it was very high vibrational because they worked with nature powers. And people who were not ready, they got a nervous breakdown. And there were people who really got on, because the higher awareness, you had to be there. And they were telling, if you're not ready, they feel it, you can go home, you get your money back, because you will have a really awful time. And there were people, but then, because the ego says, no, I want to be there too. But it's like that, because if you're not ready for it, it will kill you. And actually, it's a protection from divine power. That's why Atlantis get destroyed, because they used it wrong, the power.
Yes.
Yes. And plus, too, even if, because, I'm nowhere near it, but I mean, if you're in a higher state, do you ever hear about those monks from Tibet that go into a meditation and turn into light bodies? And their bodies literally shrink and stuff, their physical bodies shrink. And they were reported actually seeing a being of light leave their body. So if you're on that kind of higher vibration, I don't think you would get sick from that. And I'm hoping we can read this Man is a Marvel, but because it's relating to what you say, but it says we are even more than the gods, because we have mind where we can stay in the physical and leave the physical.
True.
By choice with our minds.
That's true.
There are some stories of Tibetan monks who have been meditating for hundreds of years, and they take a breath.
Still alive.
They take a breath. They're still alive, and they take a breath once a month or something like that. Some really long interval.
They do. They're still in the Himalayas. They are sages who are meditating for 300 years. They don't eat. They just meditate. And actually, it's very important, but that keeps the vibration of the earth on a higher level. They need to be there. So, and actually, if there on every continent there were maybe 10 people who had that high awareness, the world would be totally transformed. Only 10 people in every continent, not even more. My guru said we need only. Few people in every continent, maybe not more than 10, and the world will be totally transformed, totally. See how much power it is, actually.
So this is one of my crazy theories I had the other day, right? So
I'm ready.
Okay. So
wait, let me get a pen. Let me get a pen.
So, like, the Big Bang and everything, right? And it starts the universe, right? And like all these texts about how like we are gods, right? Like we can reach this level of godliness and everything, right? So if like on a collective level we reach this higher form, this higher state of being,
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So then it's like, okay, boom, Big Bang, and now we're all gods and we get to create our own worlds, and that's how you get multiple dimensional Earth theory. Where am I at?
There you are.
Yeah, that is similar to what Gurdjieff says about our possible evolution.
Yes, we can.
In his, it's
if
very
you're
simple.
really that high, I mean, universe of the universe, you can be created. My guru said literally, I can throw you if you want to go that high. Universe and universe for your feet, but you have to grow that high because that's the possibility.
Right, level.
And you have to go it step by step, because if you jump ahead, you're going to get fried.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
literally.
Right. Yeah, literally. You get lightened, and
yes,
the light will,
come back a squirrel.
There's some interesting theories about the Ark of the Covenant.
And one thing more, there is that lady in Europe that got struck by stroken by lightning then that was then she her awareness was literally enlightened, and she saw a future. I mean, that one everyone went there for the predictions because she saw everything. She predicted till I think the year 5000, and many of the predictions has come true. But she was struck by the lightning, and her parents find her in a rainstorm, even and she's anyhow. And I think, okay, maybe her brain was really enlightened, and that's why all her nerves get open, and in some way she sees everything.
Well, there's all kinds of stories about people that have some kind of are in an accident of some kind, or are struck by lightning, or like a flash of light hits them and only they can see it, and then their consciousness takes a leap forward.
Yes, exactly.
And there's all kinds of those stories. So
but I don't think that sorry, I scream too much. I don't think they're really ready and aware, like totally aware, like when they were. They're not that power comes to them, but they do not know how to use it.
And they have to adjust to it. And there's a period of like, what the fuck is happening to me?
Well, like I have like multiple theories on mushrooms, but because they've been here for billions of years, right? And everything's alive and learning machines, right? And
also plants.
Right. And we broke off of mushrooms, like, I don't know, only like 700 million years ago or something like that. It was surprisingly shorter than I thought, even though 700 million is a long time. But
kind of.
So I feel like it's almost like an exchange of like DNA information, because it turns on more neurons and connects more neurons in your brain than normal, and and like our brains mimic the universe. So it's I wish I could like draw it or something so you can see, because it's all connected in my head, and it would be awesome to show you guys. I can't explain it with words.
We need to get Sue like a thing where she can write on the board.
Scanner.
Yes, right, exactly.
Screen like a teacher.
I mean, like, and I think it really does like connect us, because even like mushrooms, like all my life I was told, they're poisonous, don't eat them. Here, a lot of them are really good for you, and we're so poisoned and bombarded with all these toxins. If we were in our natural physical state, connecting to the divine would be so much easier. That's one of the reasons why they poison us so much.
Yeah, probably. I think the Native Americans, they were there very close to it, very high. The Aboriginals, they know the world is a dream, and they live from inside.
Right.
And all those indigenous people, actually, they have much higher awareness, I think, than we do, because they feel everything and sense whole nature still.
Yeah, they poison us with trauma. They poison us with poison in the food, in the air, in the water, and in the psyche. You know, they create laws that force us to act like sociopaths. They start wars and then, you know, channel young men into the armed forces so that they go out and do horrible things.
Yeah, and they feel guilty for the rest of their life.
It's sad.
And then they come home and commit
suicide.
It's very sad.
Yes. Because our natural state is not destruction, but destruction and war. Right. We were created in the creator's image, right? Which means we're creators. We're here to
we are create
and enjoy, not
we're here to learn
and
grow.
Each other.
That's why Earth is created to enjoy the creation of God. That she said, you made it. You mess with everything. You actually, Mother Earth was created for you to enjoy Mother Earth, and but you didn't. We didn't.
No, and the gods in Hermetica, the gods say to Atum, it's Atum, whatever. in the Hermetica, that's the one God that created everything. The God spoke God, and he says that like that's why they built the zodiac, because if we did go too far into our explorations or too far, like took our inquisitive nature too far, then it would like put us back on a cycle. But I think it means like we could take our inquisitive nature too far and keep, like I said, achieving destiny or be on this clock of fate, or we, you know, use it to really explore and be beautiful and help each other, and then we reach our destiny. Break the clock. We reset a big bang and become gods.
We're now on our way up or whatever. Or yes.
What's up, Gerard?
Yes.
Oh, you don't have to announce me. I'm okay. I'm good.
Okay.
No, I didn't stroll back in Patricia Hauser. I did the whole time.
He's been in the cotton fields.
Yeah.
I was in the back of the class. I was paying attention. Some of us are still slaving away. Guys, making notes. I'll wait.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, you can read.
Continue?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's talking about Tahotep was talking to Elizabeth in her Egyptian incarnation. Your father's staff that you have seen consists of a material, a kind of brass, that has the power of transmitting the radiation corresponding to every plane, all 7 planes. It is so constructed that according to the will of the user, it can transmit untransformed radiations, either diminished or amplified as desired by the user. This staff can be a blessing or a curse. It depends on who uses it. An initiated person is able to radiate in any desired degree all forces of creation, from the highest divine forces to the lowest ultra-material forces with this staff, because within his own being, he possesses all these forces and can consciously transmit them to the staff. Out of the whole gamut of these vibrations, the human being with his organs of sense can perceive only a part. Vibrations, either above or below this part, are ones he can only experience as an emotional condition. Thus, for example, he experiences the very highest divine frequencies as universal love. On the other hand, the very lowest frequencies, those of ultra matter, are lower than the frequencies which our eyes and sensory nerves perceive as matter. As they are outside our scale of sensory perception, we experience them in our emotions as hate. An initiated person will always use the staff properly and always radiate the force needed to create something good, a blessing. The ultra-material vibration he will use when necessary as an invisible, insulating, impenetrable protective wall. With the staff, the initiated can dominate all forces of nature, amplify them, or neutralize them. Every creature on Earth possesses these powers, but only in a form corresponding to his degree of development. He utilizes these powers too, but is not conscious of them. Or have you ever seen a person who gave thought to how it is possible to raise his feet or his arms? Or that he could, even though for only a short time, remove his whole body from the earth by jumping? Lift your arm and observe how you do it. Isn't it true that you contract your muscles and they lift your arm? Every movement of your body is brought about with a contraction of your muscles. But what contracts your muscles? Think a minute, my daughter. What is it that does that? My will, Father. Right, your will. But if I ask you what your will is, can you give me an answer? Father, I have often observed what happens when I want something, but I have only been able to notice that when I want something, I can send out a force and give this force direction. For example, as you just said, if I want to raise my arm from its relaxed hanging position, it hangs because the earth is attracting it. Then this force which flows out of me through my will flows into my arm and forces my muscles to contract, and through this, to raise my arm. Very true, said Tahotep. By virtue of the fact that your will power has flowed into your arm and muscles, you have conquered the enormous gravitational power of the earth on your arm. This is true when you jump, too, or only for a short time, because your willpower is only greater than the earth's gravitational pull for a short time. So you see, time consumes your willpower, transformed into physical power. Time does that. Space? You've used your power to raise your arm or your body an altitude, to remove it from the earth, hence to move it further in space. Thus you see that your power is consumed by two great factors, time and space. If you could amplify your willpower and store it within your body, you could conquer the earth's gravitational pull for a longer time and remain at a greater distance from the earth. You could glide through the air. You can't do that now because you haven't yet developed consciousness on this divine plane. The initiated, on the other hand, who are conscious on the divine plane, can draw directly on this infinite, eternal source of power without transforming it, and when they wish, float through the air just as long as they direct their willpower against the gravitational pull of the earth.
Fly. So able to fly if they want to.
Yeah. Well, it also, I think this part of it ties in with some of the reverse engineering that whistleblowers have mentioned in regards to certain things that exist in certain bases that require these flying machines that require consciousness to operate them, that require a certain degree. Yeah, go ahead, Susan.
And they turn off if you put weapons on it because you're supposed to be in a higher state of thinking.
Yeah. And douchebags that tried to fly them couldn't fly them.
Right.
Basically. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Gerard, you had your hand up in the back?
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh my. So,
yeah.
You know what I was just thinking about? Thinking about, because that's my thing. I'm starting talking about UFOs, but Israeli Defense Force person, the Israeli security person who said Donald Trump knows about UFOs and aliens, and waiting for people to actually understand what UFOs are.
Mm-hmm.
So adding that with your statement of jumping, muscle jumping is defying gravity, but for a moment, and term you will be able to defy gravity permanently or for a long time. It makes me wonder, what are UFOs really? I'm not talking about the Space Force. I'm not talking about the majority of stuff in the sky, secret project stuff they're flying, but like the stuff that who is it? Stephen Bassett that goes out into the desert and they have contact in the desert where you get
Stephen Greer,
people.
Oh, but they
meditate, and apparently, if the right people are there or the right level of vibration, that they regularly make these things appear.
Yes.
What are they really?
And that's the vibration. They are on the same vibration, I think. So they make them, they're allowed to see them because they're pure and their consciousness is high. That's why I think those aliens who Stephen Greer meets, they're on a very high consciousness, and they sense the people. If your consciousness is not yet pure enough, I think you can't meet them. I mean, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Is it them though? What are UFOs really? What are, well, unidentified flying object? It's everything. It's everything from Space Force to aliens from the future, whatever. But what if that is you? You're manifesting that. What if that is, your light being? What if that you're revealing to yourself, perhaps your true self, or I don't know. Is it really a they if we're manifesting and we're making those things appear?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe it's something from ourselves. You're saying.
Well, so what was the other statement? Is that we're using powers unconsciously. We're literally making things happen, whether we know they are or not.
Or not.
People being abducted or actually being abducted by themselves.
Well, there's always though physical and spiritual. So there could be physical aliens, and then there could be the more spiritual, say, interdimensional
light beings.
Light beings. And like
the spiritual ones are probably able to manifest things in matter out of their consciousness.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And like how like so like past, present, future is always happening at once, because a lot of times I think about like and like we come back again and again, right? So what if like my other self from 1,000 years ago is right here happening right now? I just can't see them because I only have so limited vision, right? But if you start reading that, it's almost like yourself telling yourself, like showing yourself, like, this is what you can become. But you still have to go through
I think so. You're close. And that's what, there is a book of Atlantis, and that's exactly what they say. It's actually yourself is telling yourself what the possibilities are. It's all, we're all one. There is nothing outside ourselves. I think everything is Maya, but we create that, like you said, we manifest our world, but unconsciously, I think, most of the time.
Right. And that brings you back to the infinity symbol, right? Where life is always constant and changing and coming back, and it's like nothing new under the sun.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and why is the infinity loop bent? Because every now and then they intersect.
Yeah.
Right.
And the two waves, which are all one wave, meets and intersects, and that to me
the Holy Cross.
The present, the cross.
Yeah,
yes, the present, which is the time and eternity intersecting there in the cross.
Right.
Which is the present, which is where we're always
immortality.
at.
Yes.
And if you go, and in that godlike consciousness, you're just everything. You're the trees, you're the water, you are there is only one. It's only that consciousness, and it's everything. So who is the other?
It's crazy and it's deep. Waiting for humans to figure out what UFOs really are. They're waiting for us to uncover some level of consciousness that allows us to really understand that we're not ready. They don't want to meet us. They don't want to smell us. They don't want to be around us until figure out what they. I don't know.
For lower vibrational evolved forms like us, if we attempt to jump too high, we get burned.
Yeah.
I would imagine the process goes the same way. We must be really, really painful it must be painful for them to be around us.
Or they're scared of us. We
are low vibrations towards them, and if they get sucked by low vibrations, they might lose their consciousness. That's also what somebody had.
Material.
If there are too many low vibrations, it's very dangerous for them. Exactly, Gerard.
But fear might be the wrong word, but maybe like giving a top
sense danger.
Yes, like because they might get sucked back into this bullshit.
Yeah, and that's why they left. Yeah.
They're like, I learned my lessons. I'm going back there.
Are you going?
Yeah, I did.
Can you swing by Earth? Fuck no.
But that's why that in the book it's written in the book they left because they didn't want to be anymore in that low vibration Earth. They left. They just left in time not to be sucked to in that low vibration.
Right.
Yeah.
This is Earth Kata. Everything on Earth evolved to kill humans. They don't want to come back. Maybe they were here. That in a weird way kind of makes some sense to me that they realize that we are perhaps the next evolving thing. Like I think that throughout the galaxy or whatever, that they're cultivating life, they're making life better, they're giving it their genetics, and every generational evolution on a planet, you evolve a more conscious, more powerful creature, which is all the aliens and demon thing, the war about us, and jealousy.
Well, another theory is that the UFOs, whatever they are really ourselves in the future, which is doesn't exist, but it's ourselves outside of time. After we've already finished, coming back and giving us advice and lessons and helping us. That's just a theory.
Yeah, and I can get down with that. Like I think that even do that, and we probably do go back because we would do it now. We just don't know how, right? But what if it is a consciousness thing? What if it's a spiritual technology where that is what it is? Not a ship. It's not a metal thing. It's some sort of astral projection from the future or whatever. But back to the same point, we're babies. We're still fumbling around with oil and power and politics, and are we going to let a highly evolved conscious creature that's manifesting unconsciously UFOs and aliens and Bigfoots and Loch Ness Monster, like all this stuff that people are seeing? What if we're manifesting? They're like, no, you can't let humans know what they really are. They're just monkeys with tails until they evolve. I don't know. It was just weird to me to hear him say that. I've never heard that before. That human beings don't know what UFOs are, and they're waiting for us to actually figure out what they are.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I
think so. We have to figure it out before. It's when you're ready, you meet a teacher. It's the same.
I just want to say real quick, because you said about space and time, right? And in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, it says like when you break free through to the higher level, you break off the shackles of space and time.
Yes.
So
there's no time.
You are like limitless. You know what I mean? There is no limits upon you anymore. But I just wanted to bring up, because me and Christine were saying earlier, those megaliths coming up everywhere.
Which the monoliths?
They do look
the monoliths.
Monoliths, yeah.
One's in the toilet.
Yeah.
Everything.
Not that one, Gerard.
Yeah.
That's the most important one. That's the one that's the most.
They do look like a little fakeish to me, right? But
yeah, they do.
But because in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, it talks about going. That's why the pyramids were built, right? To go into the earth and bring up the earth's fire, the higher level of energy and consciousness that makes us like it helps us reach that higher level, right? Like we were saying about the material, like the lower dimensional beings that suck us down into the material, and then there's natural energies that lift us up, right? And Tesla said about the ether, and there's this energy that can be harnessed out the earth that can build a light around the planet and help us reach a higher level of consciousness. And so I was saying to her, like that would be great if that's what it is, but what if it's the freaking cabal bringing up bad energy?
Just bring us down, suck us back.
Yeah,
No,
that.
but the thing about
if there
the
are
pyramids,
some of them that are legit, then the cabal will certainly. Okay, let's put them everywhere, and so people will think that it's just fake, and it's just
because they do look different. Some look made, some look weird. Yeah.
But there is one thing in the pyramids, because they use them for those high godlike powers, and yeah.
That's the one.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
What happened when I bring my food to the bathroom?
Yeah. Next in our garden tomorrow morning, maybe you have to check what we manifested in our garden. No, but in the pyramids they use those powers, and there were and that was very interesting. They were telling about mummification. They said they kept the bodies they made mummies of the bodies, because the power is still in there, the godlike power, so the vibrations are actually good. But if you're not ready for those vibrations, even from those people buried there, the godlike people, then people die. And that's what happened. When the first discovery, when they went into the pyramids, in the first exploration, how many people died from that after they went out of the pyramid? And they say, oh, it's a spell. But in initiation, it says that energy can still be very high if you go in the pyramid. Mm-hmm. That's why if you're not ready for it, you will die. Yeah, and I understand that with the explorers, the first explorers who went into it.
And we were talking about the electromagnetic energy and how it feels different when you're with people and everything. And then they had that I think they were Norwegian or the Netherlands, but they were studying the pyramid and they discovered that it's harnessing, it's just stone and it's harnessing electromagnetic energy from the earth. And they wanted to do more, but that Zahi Hawasi, whatever his name is, guy was like, no higher consciousness here. So shut it all down. But it's and then Emerald Tablets of Thoth, you go into the pyramid and in the sarcophagus to connect to the stars. It's some kind of our ancient ancestors knew how to inspire or ignite the divine within us to make it easier for us to connect. Like even Socrates said the Egyptians were the happiest. They were lived simple, but they were the happiest people he's ever met. So there's something about that energy that brings the collective to a higher ground.
They're still happy if you go there. I mean, see, we should go in the pyramids, get our.
I think it would be really interesting to have a group of us go into like the Temple of Man at Luxor and into the Great Pyramid.
But now we know, because now we're more aware. It will be really interesting. I'm really interested in it. If I'm going, it's really not expensive. It's really not expensive.
Well,
really, it's true.
Trying to travel. You don't realize how locked down we are.
It's not expensive for tickets. It's expensive on your immune system because you're going to have to get your adult vaccination records on an airplane. Like here, and you'll leave America. You'll have to get your American vaccines. Then you'll go to Egypt. You'll have to get your Egypt vaccine. Back to America, you got to get tested. They might have another little thing to shoot up in you.
And then I'll be here by myself with my dog.
I'm like, at this point, like astral projection. I'd love to go to Egypt, but it's only if people actually
we'll have to be mental travelers for a while.
Until people like get a sense.
So eventually we're going to be able to do it.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, with 25.
Yes.
Yeah,
I thought it was 23. Come on, why are you making it 4 years? Why'd you add on 2 more? Enough. 9 months has been enough. 9 months and I'm not even like protesting. I'm not a protester.
But no, wait. If our awareness is high enough, we can escape all those things.
Yes. Yep.
Actually, really, I believe that.
Yeah, I do too. I believe I will be guided somewhere safe for a little while.
I had no, it was a Japanese teacher, also kind of yoga teacher, but then Japanese. He went to, and when the Berlin Wall was still there and East Bloc, he went everywhere where he wanted to go because he was a very high awareness, and nobody stopped him because his awareness was high. And he said, you can do. If you stop yourself by saying, I cannot do it. But you have to develop your focus and your awareness, and then you can go everywhere you want. And he did.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that.
Yeah.
I might try, but I might fail. Then you have to fix it.
It's funny. Now I'm thinking about deja vu, and what if deja vu, to a degree, is that unconscious power that people are utilizing. You go to sleep and unconsciously you're traveling into the future and you're seeing things like maybe that's part of that unconscious power.
Maybe
sleeping.
Yeah, or even like you're visiting the future because everything's happening at once, right? So you're mentally visiting the future because for a second your brain connected the way it's supposed to or something.
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah,
it's like something.
It's the art of dreaming. It's also you can learn that. Seems to be.
Yeah.
Now make some stuff up, and that's probably why aliens come to get people at nighttime, because you're off sleeping and you're destroying their world. You're blowing up stuff and manifesting Godzillas, and they're like, "Oh hell no! It's the alien police come to get you." Drag you out the house, take you up.
Castaneda had a lot to say about the power of dreaming. He wrote several books on dreaming alone.
Who was that?
Castaneda, Carlos Castaneda.
Oh, Castaneda, yes.
Yeah. He's not just about drugs.
No, that's true.
No. That's hell no.
No.
He's about the evolution of consciousness. That's what he's writing about.
Yeah. And he used those mushrooms for the consciousness, but if you're not ready for it, the mushrooms kill you anyhow. He told it very clearly, because that power is very, very strong. If you cannot handle it, don't touch it.
Right.
Yeah.
So I just want to read this quick paragraph from The Man is a Marvel that I wanted to read because you just brought up dreams. And it says, okay, so man is the most divine of all beings. For amongst all living things, Adam associates with him only, speaking to him in dreams at night, foretelling the future for him in the flight of birds, the boughs of beasts, and the whispering oak. All other living things inhabit only one part of the cosmos. Fishes in the water, animals on the earth, birds in the air. Man penetrates all of these elements. With his sense of sight, he even grasps the heavens. That's just the paragraph.
Yeah, very nice.
Yes.
But we were just saying about dreams because you're connected to the divine and he speaks.
Yes.
He, it, each other.
Yeah. So I struggle with the word. So what does divine mean to you guys? Like, so if man, and not man, eggplant man, but human. Human is the most divine, because we know it ain't the eggplant man. If anything, it's not the people with the eggplants. But what does divine mean? Man is the most divine.
I'm looking up the etymology.
Could be the most divine. Yeah. I don't think it's the most divine. Certainly not now. We have the power to. No, the desire of God. I mean, it's also in the Bible, but also in this book, is to become like God. That's also a desire of God. So we have that power, but it's a free choice. Do we want it? And he gives us the freedom of the power of the intelligence of whatever you can call it. Gave us the freedom to evolve towards him or to just not to. I mean,
because we were first created to be divine, to be the image of God. So God is divine. We are divine. It's just that
we are not aware of it.
Whatever happened on this earth screwed us all up.
That's what we did. Yeah.
Who is the most beautiful of man?
Who is the most beautiful of man?
Children.
Yes.
Consider that maybe, and we'll wait for the word to get looked up, but what if that is what it is? We're just the most beautiful beautiful from a time perspective, right? I like how Lori's saying it right there, most beautiful, most divine. So it's children, right? That's who we revere. And so we are children to them. They're protecting us. We are the most divine because we're the newest one coming out. And at some point in time in the future, we aren't the children. There's a new children, and they're divine.
Right.
Yeah, we are the children.
Here's the etymology. In Latin, he's back on. In Latin, it originated with divinare, which was used by the soothsayers. It's an oracular word, to conjure or to guess, and originally to make out by supernatural insight with your mind's eye, to perceive, and then it goes into Old French and into the Middle Ages after that, divinare, which is of or belonging to a god. But before that, it was supernatural insight. So that should give us some indication of the original meaning of the word divine. Does that help? Supernatural. In other words, not beyond nature, but nature transformed. Higher nature. Insight. So not these things, but this
before not the matter, but what created the matter. And that's what they tell. That's what they all the time tell. If you're unite with the God in you, it's totally inward. Then you're not disturbed by any kind of matter. You're aware of the matter, but you're not disturbed by it.
Right.
And you control it.
Yeah.
And they did those times, the Egypt, I mean, and other ancient civilizations did.
Yeah. That's a great quote from Dickens right there. That's a wonderful quote. Yeah. Well done, Patricia. Yeah.
Out of the mouth of babes, right? Like what's always profound to me is one, the clarity of thought that children have. Right? They don't have our BS. They don't have our indoctrination. They can see a bit more clear. Even if they don't understand the clarity, we can see it. And also,
they got her. The NSA got her.
They got her. That's it. Bye, Susan. Bye-bye. Bye. She's astral projecting. She went off to Egypt.
Yeah.
See? She could have waited for us.
Said, I'm not waiting. I'm out of here. Bye.
And the other quote, I like what Lori's saying in the scripture. It says, least you be children, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven.
But children are not. They don't have yet the trash that they get that we get by growing up from people what we call civilizations. They're pure, so they receive still the divine knowledge without knowing it, and that is why they say so wise things. But by getting educated, or called educated, you get all the labels from society, what you have to be, what you need to learn. So you lose it. But children, I think, before 5 years old are still very pure.
Yeah. The other thing I think about is the effect that children have on people, babies.
Oh, yeah.
Like, is it really because they're cute? Is it really because they're cut
innocence
skin? Or is it because they are more divine beings, that they are beings with some sort of influence? There's something that at a different frequency we detect from them.
Yes.
Divine. And so
I do believe that.
No matter who you are, no matter how angry you are, when that little baby coos and laughs at you, it breaks you down and it makes your day. They have so much power over us. Maybe we are that to beings that evolved in front of us, like aliens.
That
little divine baby that they're protecting, that they leave down here on this ignorant planet with a bunch of ignorant people, because I guess there's something that we got to learn. That analogy just fell right apart. Thinking about being here. Who would leave a baby on Earth? What the hell kind of parents are y'all?
Yeah.
We don't die, and if we don't really die, then we're just through and learning.
Yeah. But that's the thing with education. If Jonathan reads Krishnamurti, he says everything goes wrong by educations. I mean, like
Yes.
And Krishnamurti was aware enough, so I don't know where he is born or something. I don't know from his, but he grew up quite aware, like probably like many of the gurus, because they have already that awareness and they don't lose it.
Ledbetter and Annie Besant discovered him as maybe a preteen. I think he was maybe 10 or 11 when they found him. And I don't remember which part of India they found him in. Yes.
Yeah, he's Indian,
in India.
Yes.
And I don't remember the full story. I did read Krishnamurti's biography some years ago, and they discovered him, and they were looking for the next world teacher.
Yeah, but he refused.
He refused it when he grew up, and he was 21, and he came into his maturity. He spoke before the entire Order of the Star and said, I am disbanding this organization, and it is my intention to set every man and woman on earth unconditionally free. And I will have nothing to do with this hierarchical organization. I am disbanding it. They had millions of dollars. People were donating land and money so that they could, have the next religion.
Yeah, grasp him.
And he rejected it all. He rejected all of it.
He said, I don't want to be your teacher. I don't want to be that. I know. He didn't want to. He wanted to be. He was free, and he said the only thing you need to be is free to educate and know how to be educated and what is actually important to learn.
He understood that education can either liberate us or enslave us.
Yes. It's very good. Krishnamurti was very good. And he was good. He said no to everything because he was aware. He didn't need it. He was not dependent on the matter. So it's kind of crazy that those people just were throwing with money, not knowing that he was such a high awareness already.
Right.
So, yeah. So,
we always, we go back and we view those who are enlightened as crazy. We kill them, shoot them, hang them, imprison them in the time.
Yeah.
Or
always,
make them pariahs and lepers. But in the future, we start to see a little more clearly. It's almost like you really need to embracing the crazy people.
Yeah.
Yeah. We look at the fruits. The fruits of those their activities, as opposed to the things that come out of their mouths that we might not understand.
And the people don't understand it, and that's why they kill them. That's like in Egypt also, they had to flee away from those lower beings because they didn't understand, they couldn't grasp it, and then you get all those lower vibration, and they have to run away. And that's why so many saints got killed. Most of them, they got tortured and killed. And Jesus also, I mean, he got crucified. So,
And by his followers, which takes me to the Book of Judas. If you haven't read the Book of Judas, read Judas, because there's some things that don't sit right with me about the Book of Judas, but they are oddly interesting.
I have to tell something, and maybe I might not say, but I'm gonna say. That's happened with our guru too. They poisoned her by her disciples.
Yeah.
There's something about followers. You got to be very careful with these little tricky bastards.
And she knew it. She knew it. They know. The awareness. They know what. Like Socrates knows what was going to happen with him. She knew that too. But still, they give love. They don't.
Yeah.
They follow their.
Yeah, and that was the basis of it, is that Christ and Judas had more of an understanding at a deeper level that the others did. They were involved in the biological work, and that they were off kilter with what Christ was really teaching, that they really couldn't see it, and they turned him in. But something to the effect that Judas understood that Christ had to be turned in.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah,
they turned on him, but it was necessary.
Yeah, that was he had to.
It was a necessary thing, and the only one he could trust to do it would be Judas.
Yes.
Interesting. You should read the book of Judas. I'm not sure I would say that, you know.
No, I think my guru said something about it.
There are dozens of Gnostic Gospels that are very interesting to read. Very interesting.
I have to find the quotes from what she said about the disciples and there is an enlightened Bibles. There are really, she says you have to read that kind of Bible. I don't know anymore. And there's enlightened, and there's still some Bibles which are not yet discovered.
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, the smartest thing to do is to take in all the sources and take everything in with a grain of salt and you're reading. But yeah, I mean, a lot of books were kept out of the Bibles, and a lot of the books never even had a chance, right? They burned up in the Library of Alexandria,
right?
Scriptures, and so you know, I say read everything.
Yeah.
Way the things that resonate with you, but the book of is interesting, like the Book of Thomas.
Yes.
Like
I've been wanting to do the Gospel of Thomas on a live. As soon as I get it pulled out of my, out of the cardboard box that it's in storage, I'm gonna read it, because it won't take that long. There are some like 70 different sayings, 72 or 73 different sayings, and a lot of them will resonate with people that are familiar with the 4 Gospels. But some of the sayings are slightly different, and some of them are completely new and mind-blowing. Yeah. Well, if you haven't read the Gospel of Thomas, go get a copy.
No, I didn't.
And in the Book of Thomas, it also says that God is within you and all around you. Split a piece of wood and I'm there. Turn over a stone, I am there.
Yeah.
So and that's what the Hermetica says. That's what
that Susan is straight out of the Upanishads. It's line for line out of the Upanishads. What Jesus says in the Gospel of Thomas, just that quote that you just gave.
Yeah, it's and then that we were saying about the divine and reaching a godliness.
Yes.
Like we are that, we just don't realize it.
Yeah.
It's been indoctrinated.
It's an all-pervading power, but we don't tap into it, or we're not able to tap in it. Yeah.
Right, because even the Hermetica, the one part man is a marvel, and in the Bible, right, they talk about how you're the body, and each of you is a cell of the body, and each of us is part of the whole of the one. The cosmos is one, and we are one with the cosmos. It's like I say, it's all connected, and I hate saying that because that's that New Age bullshit.
No.
It's so true. They steal all the good stuff.
Two things. One, God is all around you, just like cuckoo virus. It's all around not getting away from it. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Eat natural food. You can't cheat nature. And 2, none of us can ever meet. We would never sleep. It would impossible. Nobody would ever sleep. We would
build a whole new world. It would be amazing. It would be awesome.
Can you imagine Egypt? Nobody would sleep. It would just be a whole week of just running in temples and trying to climb and fall and getting arrested, trying to pay off guards and stuff. No. Most of us would
and God is in the temples.
Temples.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the temples.
That's what I mean. We would never sleep. People would just be up all day. Like, I'm going to sleep, Jonathan. Gerard, you gotta wake up. I gotta tell you something real quick. Like, no, I need to go to sleep, man.
No, we got to discover the mysteries of the universe. There's no time for sleep.
That's right.
The guard just told me we can get it.
Hey, if my cat can wake me up at 3 a.m. because she's hungry, I don't mind any of you guys wait. Hey, let me share it with you what I just read. Okay, all right.
It's safe right now because I can turn my phone off and go to sleep, but it's at FEMA camp, nobody's sleeping in FEMA.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's not a mystery, and it's a mystery. Just have to be. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's beautiful. I guess that's the most exciting thing is living alive, being alive today, realize
Right.
all these things that Jeremiah talked about that are being revealed in the ends of time.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, and
Everything is being revealed. Yes.
right. Not it's the end, but it's a restart and a reboot.
It's the end of this time, and it's the beginning of a new time.
I have whiskey and your phone number.
What did I miss when I went to the bathroom?
That is crazy.
God.
Yeah. Did Jonathan tell you? I was like, oh, it's divine intervention because I had to pee really bad. I got kicked out.
Is that where you went? We're like all having a conversation. We're thinking I
got kicked out because the internet.
And then you could go to pee.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, thank God, I had to pee so bad.
We thought somebody threw you in the back of a black van or truck or you were on your way to a concentration camp or something. Like, nope, she's just in there tinkling.
Yeah, it could be either one. You never know.
God lives outside of time. Yeah, God is not. God is not attached to time. The consciousness does not know time.
Or time doesn't exist. Time.
No, it doesn't exist. But we need time to live. Humans need to build.
It's just a construct for us. Time doesn't.
Yeah.
What gets me is time dilation, right? Not a lot. It still blows me away that the the story
Mahabharata.
Yeah, Mahabharata. I'm glad you said it because I was going to throw 8 R's in it.
He pronounced it right. You got it.
Right. I don't know how to pronounce it. So
you did it right. Yeah, Mahabharata.
The further you get from Earth, it's weird because is it that these structures create gravity wells where time gets jacked up, and once you leave the planet, there is no time?
Yes. It's gravity. I think it's related to gravity time.
Right, because that's time dilation. So it's trippy as he left and came back, and it was like a day or something like that, but it was 100 years on Earth. So explain to me why it makes sense that the Rothschilds, Rockefeller, the Pentagon have time machines. So if you have the ability to escape Earth gravity significantly to a point where there's no this thing isn't here, then it means that you're making advances beyond advances, that you are lifetimes out there, and time here is just flying along. We're living and dying and dying in cycles of living and dying. It also means during these resets, whether it's full shift or whatever it is, they just go in space and sit up there for like 20 minutes and come back like a whole new civilization and creatures again. Like, think about the power of that. If you can escape Earth gravity, like that's a whole new level of power.
Yeah, that's a scary thing. Is if the Kabbalah has that power, they stay forever.
So maybe the question is, and I got the new clip queued up. I haven't finished it yet. The one about the Israeli UFO thing. So maybe they're waiting for humans to discover what UFOs really are, because UFOs really are time machines. They're that's what makes you immortal. That's what makes you you live forever at that point.
Yeah, actually they are, because they cross the light years. They're like this. They cross all the solar systems. So that must be like for us, like how much is a light year? 1,000 years or 100,000 years? 1 light year? I don't know. In
like a million something.
Yeah, but they go faster than the light, those spaceships. So they must. I mean,
you have to. I mean, think about the depth of space in between gas. Susan, you gotta wait to turn, girl. This is.
I took notes, so I won't forget.
Listen, hey, we do that nonsense when we're not talking UFOs and aliens. This is just so the vast.
Yeah.
What does it matter how fast you're going if the creatures on the planet are holding the time, but in space you're not, in the depth of space?
Yeah, it's.
I'm sorry.
That's actually mind-blowing. Like, wow.
But like, and this is what I mean too, like even related to the internet, right? Because I feel like
oh, there we go
our
again.
idea of technology is so material. Shit, it's the cabal. It's the damn cabal. Every time I talk. Bullshit. Am I on?
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Okay, so you're seeing my tantrum. All right.
You froze. We thought you had.
It waits until you open your mouth.
Yeah, if you open your mouth, it always freezes.
Unconsciously using powers.
Yeah, unconsciously, because you say it all the time and then it happens. So now you have to say it doesn't freeze anymore. You manifest.
When I speak. Did it stop? Okay. So anyway, like with the technology thing, because we're so entrenched in the material, we don't think of there's technology on a level that we don't get, right? Because not everything has to be material. Like Rip Van Winkle, the story of Rip Van Winkle, right? He goes to sleep for 25, like he goes to sleep for a night, but 25 years passes because he traveled somewhere mentally. And then it says how God talks to us through dreams, right? That and the divine, whatever, communicates to us through dreams. And I think like that whole time dilation and stuff, you shake that off. You're not restricted by that once you reach a certain level mentally. So I think a lot of it is we think of things like, oh, we can travel to Jupiter in this ship and it'll take 10 years. But no, we probably can do that on a whole different level using frequencies or thoughts or whatever. It's just that we haven't evolved to get that yet because we're so programmed to entrust in the machine that this man made instead of our own power. And that's what we have to relearn, that we have our own power.
Yes.
We don't need the machine. We don't need the material to achieve what we want.
But then we have to be aware that we are just the creator of material. We are not dependent on it because we still live from the dependency on material, on the matter. Yeah, it is. But traveling in the mind. Yeah, but maybe in your dream, there is no time in dreams. You can dream like that you're old. You can dream that you're still a baby. That's true. In dreams, there's no time.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just realized who Olivia Chris.
Yeah, that's Paul.
Yeah.
Now I know who Olivia Chris is.
I had it. On his comments, I could find out. Okay, that must be.
Sure, but I realized okay, there we go. So
anyway,
but yeah, the interesting thing, he mentions the staff that her father had, and that's a marriage between science and art, philosophy, and spirituality, all four of them combined. And I think that for 2,000 years there's been this divorce between science and the rest of
everything,
and now that
it's coming back.
It's coming slowly back together, but steadily, and it has been for a while now. So yeah,
and philosophy is spirituality.
It is. They're just
different
names. The love of wisdom.
Also, I mean, true science is spirituality.
True science is because it's knowing, it's seeking, it's knowledge.
Music is also. You cannot create music if you're not spiritual. Same.
Yeah. I don't know. Have you heard some bands? Heard some songs? All that mumble. Yeah, I don't know where that comes from, but it is not spiritual.
I guess I'm just like processing. This is I'm probably not gonna sleep tonight. I'm probably have night. I'm just like thinking of that. Like, wow, I never really thought about it in that way. That if you can escape Earth gravity, you're basically a time traveler.
Yeah.
Yes.
Take technology, and you can not only do anything to the people of the Earth, you can defy time. Like, that's huge. And this is what, who was it? Einstein that was talking about the whole time travel.
Yes.
Electricity,
I think it's Einstein.
Gravity, and time. That was the equation. That if you figure out two of them, you can answer the third. Like that answers that right there. And so to me, you know, like esoteric type stuff, this is technology. This is science.
Yeah.
You know, what actually has the most power on Earth?
And Tesla said that Einstein, you know, he agreed with Einstein. Einstein was a genius, but he had gravity wrong, because it's not a pushing down, it's a push and a pull against the ether, against the spirit. So that's what I'm saying. If you can, I mean, I don't know how, I wish I could, but if you can reach those higher levels, you're not restricted by gravity. Like you said it in the book, the power of free will, then you can fly.
Then you can, you escape the gravity. But we only can jump, and we can, what else can we do? We can jump and we can lift our arms, but that's all we can do. But if we are really, our willpower is controlled, we can fly. That's what I also say, we can fly. And if we want to, and we can fly, we don't need machines anymore.
Right. It's a
and it's also about But I think also concerning the aliens, it's like they dematerialize and they come and they go on this earth, and then they become matter and they go back to their planet or whatever they go, and they dematerialize again. It's like in a second. So like they do really create themselves back together. And was it Jesus man not like that? There was kind of a Jesus man in Africa, and he could materialize and just go, and they killed him, and he
I think I remember that story.
He brought his body back together and killed him again. He could do it again, and then he said, "You're not ready for me yet." Something like that. Do you remember? It was, I think.
I remember that story, but that's also Osiris. They killed him, and then Isis brought him back to the temple to rebuild him.
Yeah. But that was really, it was in Africa. It was real, for real. That's not so long time ago.
Yeah.
And it's you can find that story, I think, in Collective Evolution. I think I read it there. And it was like with aliens, and then the mix, and then that story was between. It was like the Jesus of Africa.
Yeah, I know I heard that story because this was when I was still really indoctrinated, and I was like, this is some bullshit. And now I'm like, dude knew how to materialize.
The dude,
The story sounds really familiar.
I should find it. Maybe I can find it back, and then I will. It was interesting, and it was also high awareness. And he said, "You're not ready for it." And he went, I don't know, back to his planet, or back to his mind, like it, high awareness people.
Right.
That was very interesting.
Yeah.
And then even the Ark of the Covenant, right? Graham Hancock said that the people that guard it said nobody can go in there. They guard it, but they're not even allowed in it because they're not ready for that power. Right.
Yeah. And legends say that there is protection around the Ark of the Covenant.
Yes, there is.
The Holy Grail, if they do exist. And of course, you know, Hollywood picked that up in the third Indiana Jones movie, you know, with all the protection around the Grail. And in fact,
that's two meanings, the Grail.
Protect them. So
it could have two meanings, like because of that book of that the Ark of the Covenant. So it's literally they made something where the power is in it, but it's also the power is they got in the self. I mean, in your heart. That's also the Grail, because the spirit is in your heart. It's inward, but if they can like use like signs and use that energy to heal, but because in Egypt they healed people with it, like it's very beautiful, because there was a boy drowning, and then she said she was a daughter of the Pharaoh, and she saw her father, like they saved the boy from the sea. It was a storm, and then his father was healing it with that tool, and And that tool is buried somewhere in a pyramid. Or did they destroy it?
Yeah.
They destroyed it, I think, because otherwise it would be too dangerous if people would find it and use it for the wrong things.
Well,
I think they destroyed it.
It might have even been like Plato, I forget, but when Rome started sacking Egypt, they say that the priests deliberately burned a lot and a lot of the the stuff that they had, the knowledge that they had, because they knew it could not be in the hands of these people.
It would be used for evil purposes.
Yes. Right.
And they would,
that's right.
They could have destroyed the earth.
Yeah. Right. That's what they did. They destroyed it. Because in Atlantis, in Atlantis, they made a mistake. Like, okay, we leave it. And then, of course, evil, I mean, like, people got too much power created, and so they used it wrong. They didn't know how to use it, actually, and so they destroyed Atlantis. And then it's like we read last time, last week.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and you said about it's also in the heart, right? Well, that's like every mythological story. That's like the never-ending story, right?
Oh, yeah.
You have to be pure of heart in order to pass unharmed.
Yes. You have to be. That's what the aliens also, Stephen Greer. Gerard, when in that video, it says, Stephen Greer says, the people who are pure from heart, the aliens or whatever you call them, they appear for them. If you're not pure from heart, you don't see them.
Yeah. Well, and that was the point, was that if you're in this meditation circle when they're calling down whatever it is or manifesting whatever it is, for everybody. If you have people in the group that aren't supposed to be, that they don't appear. But apparently they got the group so nailed down that they started filming. And I mean, weird things happen. There was one video I was watching where he was talking about how a being manifested. They weren't just flying orbs, but a being manifested itself behind them. And they did it for a little bit. And I don't even know if that stuff is still on the internet. There's so much stuff that used to be on the internet that's gone now.
Yeah, I would like to see that movie because they made a movie of it, and I don't know how to. Yeah, how can I get that movie?
Well, yeah, he made. I think they did. They put together a bunch of the clips of it, but there was a lot of interesting stuff that used to be online that is now gone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Made back when I used to follow this stuff, they would. Like home telescopes, and they would show pictures of like the structures in space that were constantly changing and evolving like all night long. There was the guy with the FLIR, and I forgot his name. What was it? Level 3 FLIR, the infrared camera, and he was just filming like UFO battles, right? Like there were literally wars being fought, and every single night he'd take people out, go up on the roof, and just sit up and film. I have friends who served in Desert Storm who said they did the same thing with the FLIR cameras. At night, they would just look up and they would just see all of this crazy stuff flying around in space at nighttime. So there's very real stuff that's happening. And
my uncle said he's seen things. He was in the Navy. I'm sorry, my uncle was in the Navy, and he said when he was in the middle of the sea, because you have to take shifts at night and stuff, watch or whatever. And he said he would see things, like he would think it was a star, and all of a sudden it would just go real fast.
Yeah. It's funny that the military always see it. I mean,
the military.
People on the cruise don't see it.
William Cooper in the beginning of Behold a Pale Horse describes how he was at sea on a Navy vessel. He was in the Navy, and he saw a spacecraft or some kind of craft emerge out, right out of the sea, and took off and flew off. So that was his first experience with anything out of the ordinary. And that actually was the trigger for his going down the rabbit hole. So
and that's part of why I think military sees a lot of it is the technologies utilized. Everything is kept secret in that Invention Secrecy Act of 1951. It's always for war, right? So of course, military would see these things. They would have the FLIR 3 infrareds, and it's interesting that we're having a very real conversation about ending powers. I mean, can you imagine? So if China, Russia, America, or they have the ability to basically create space colonies if they can get far enough from Earth. Now, maybe there's a question there whether or not they actually can travel far enough, whether they're allowed to travel to a point where there is no time dilation, or there is time dilation, and they can exist there for a long period of time. Maybe that's what the Ark is about. Maybe in some ways is about, you know, taking all species away from the planet for like 5 seconds and bringing them back, and it's like 5 million years and restarting civilization. Like, that's the power beyond the power of a god, which is scientifically explained.
Maybe we were at the downfall of Atlantis and we just replay this downfall shit over and over again.
Great, let's do it over again. Why not?
Well, if the grand cycle is a lesson, is a collective lesson, then yes, we have.
And
and that's what the Matrix, the second and third Matrix films were suggesting to us, is that we have repeated this a number of times.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Like,
it is.
we didn't raise our evolution to stop it happening in Atlantis. So now it's our time to do it this time.
Right.
You know, but we're really hard at it.
Like, are you going to repeat the last 50,000 years, or are you going to finally get it this time?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but probably we lived in different ages. That's why I would really like to dream about my time when I lived in that age, in that age, in that age. I would really love to know it. It's like, so wow.
I know.
Yeah. And who we were then, but then, yeah.
Because, like, even, like, okay, so, like, we're talking about them, like, the China, America, whatever, whoever, having all this power to, like, you know, destroy a planet and stuff like that. But like I said, the most powerful thing on earth is literally our minds. And I know it's kind of a hard concept to grasp, because I'm always like, I'm all powerful, but how do I do it? No?
How do we manifest?
Right.
Yeah, how does it happen though, right? And but I really believe that, like, no matter what, we can stop this. It's just, and that's what I mean. If we're powerful singly.
But that's what they say in this book.
Together,
they train it. They train that in that book. They train it. Literally, it's years. That if you go for priests, they train for years how to manifesting, how to stay focused, discipline, and training, and making your nervous system ready. Because the high energy, if you're not ready for it, you die, because your nervous system has to be ready, and you do that by meditating. It becomes more sensible. So it's not like, okay, we are tomorrow we can do it. It seems, I mean, it was hard work if you read that book, and if you fail, you feel not nice when you fail. I mean, not nice when you fail. You have to start all over again.
Your face melts off, so failure's not.
No, worse. In that book, you know what happened? No, you know what happened in that book? She fails. She does fail one test. She goes back and she has to start from being a dust in her consciousness, being like sand.
Yes. Yeah.
And then she climbs up again till now, this age where she remembers that life. Can you remember 3,000 years she has to do all over again to get at the same level?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
It's a lesson.
Yeah, I don't want to. No, I'm not going there.
Yeah.
And we're all poisoned, so we don't live to be like 800 anymore. So, like, we got like 80 years to get this crap. So don't think you're not coming back, people.
Well, lifespan is another interesting thing.
Yeah.
If we do manage to turn the corner and return to a golden age, will we live 200, 300, 500 years?
Yeah, probably we can.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like I said, now the energy is so high because somebody dreamed, and we have 5 years for going deeper in meditation to reach that level, like actually the higher level. And actually we're supposed to reach that level. Because the guru came in a dream from a yogini, a very good meditator. And she said, you have 5 years time, you have to go to a higher level in meditation. And then you're going like, you have that high godlike, you can go there. And if,
You had me thinking, why did Thoth have to go to the center of the earth to sleep for thousands of years? So now I'm thinking about time dilation, and is it being on a planet you decay and you age too fast, and so maybe you regenerate or something, that the beings out in space really don't like to come to planets because of time dilation? Maybe that's why they live for thousands of years. I don't know.
Well, atoms vibrate on a certain frequency, right? Like, so every cell in our body right now is vibrating, right? So if we're vibrating on a higher level, that keeps them, like right now we're in this material world, so they're vibrating on a lower level. Then we were bombarded with toxins, so then they're really on a lower level. And that's why I was saying about food and healthy and stuff. Like, if you're vibrating on a higher level, you're going to start connecting to more and more higher levels. It's
yes.
You know what I mean? And then with the ether and the energies from the earth. So if all that stuff is going on, then you are going to create a golden age. You're going to create Atlantis because you're,
and you have to be aware that you're
inclined to it, you know?
Yeah, and the awareness is that you start from inside. You're aware that you're the self and that you're not the body. Because in that book here, when she is born, she remembers as a very young child, I told last week too, she looks in the mirror and she says, that's not me. So she sees her body, but she knows it's not me. That's not me. She already is united with the spirit because she sees these are hands, and I know that, but that's not me. And people laughing with her, of course it's you. Who else is it? Because she sees the difference that people constantly identify with things outside, with everything. And she never did that. When she was born, she already had that awareness, and then she went. She learned more. I mean, it's very interesting to read her evolution. But so we have even to be there that we realize that we're not the body, that we're constant. All the time know that we're not the body, like we that we are the self. That kind of awareness, we have to go there first before we start even creating and going to a higher evolution, I think. Otherwise we fall again.
How do you reach a higher vibration?
What?
CJ, good question. How do you reach a higher vibration?
Self-examination, working on yourself. And whether that takes the form of meditation,
you be aware.
Whether that takes the form of meditation or in my school, working with a journal every day, you know, and observing yourself, bringing all of those aspects of your life that are unconscious into consciousness, your habits, your desires,
your reactions,
your negative emotions, your reactions, your unconscious behavior. Bring it all of it into consciousness, one way or the other. There are many different techniques for doing that.
At one point, I think at one point you see yourself. Sometimes I see myself. I want to react, and something in me doesn't say no. You don't need to react, and I transfer. I go over it, and it's peaceful. It's really
Fresh batteries.
I love Courtney.
Oh my God!
Don't encourage her. Don't love that. There's something wrong with this person.
We try to explain. Fresh batteries.
Courtney, is that AAA or AA?
It's a true fresh battery.
Oh Lord.
We just lowered our vibrations, people.
See? Anyhow.
This is why we don't make it. This I know. We don't.
Now, when you have the capacity to witness yourself all the time, then you're going much deeper. And at one point, you be there.
But
I mean, you stay there. At one point, you don't lose it anymore. That's what I just want to say. Okay, but maybe we need fresh batteries, whatever.
So I mean, if
Christine's too sweet, she don't get it. I said Christine's too sweet. She doesn't get where she went.
No, I know, but I was too much focused. I know, I read it. I know.
Okay.
Okay.
So funny.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell Susan to explain
so much. Wait. So, because like I said, I don't know why, but I get like images in my head all the time. And when my meditation is stargazing, right? Like I lay down, I look at the stars, and then I get lost, right? And but not like lost, I don't know where I am.
No.
Away.
Yeah.
And like I lose the bullshit of myself. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
And like, I really do. And it says, I mean, we always talk about light and we are light and all that, and I can see. Okay?
it's a bubble fly, but like a horse fly. Well,
okay. So, but like, and like I said, like, I really see people as like light sometimes, and like, I can feel like there's this light that wants to come out of me. Like, I can physically feel it in my body, if that makes sense. I know.
No, it is. Yeah. Then you go into the higher consciousness. You see the light. It is.
It destroys your Wi-Fi. We see it all the time. I love it. When Susan gets excited, she's like,
I do.
Like, I'm like feeling in it. Like, if you can see what's going on here, I'm not surprised. Blows out her Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but I think maybe it might be really possible if your energy. I mean, yeah.
Channeling the metals and the rings, and like, and it's a go, and it's just like, and it blows out her Wi-Fi. So
but it is, because I say this all the time at work, because we're like on a plantation, and I noticed I sing like slaves to keep the morale up. I do. I sing all the time, and they're all like, "Well, we need it," and I'm like, "Yeah," because we're in slavery, and but like, and I tell them all the time, they're like, "Why are you always so happy?" I'm like, "Because happiness is a choice, right?" And I like had a very miserable experience for a while, and not much in the physical reality changed for me. My mental state did. Like, I don't, like, if you're going to be miserable about something, that's not going to fix it. It's not going to change it. It's not going to make you feel better somehow.
That's why you have to go,
But your mental state will, right?
That's the training. That's the training, that your state keeps always constant.
Choosing
choosing
misery, choosing unhappiness, misery, victimhood, whatever you want to call it, has the end result of simply boosting and re-emphasizing your self-importance. I'm an important person, and this other person wounded me, or I was done wrong to, and therefore I'm going to sit here and pout and think about how important I am.
I am important. I want that stupid fly. I know that always at this time. Oh, that fly just comes out of nowhere. How can it fly in my room?
I was wondering what she was doing. I thought she was losing it, because every night she turn around and do this.
Right. Like,
she has her scarf. So I thought she was like chewing the demons or something. And I thought, because you took the.
No, that's a stupid thought. So like a fat fly, and she just comes here. I don't know from where, because the windows is closed, the door is closed, and suddenly she starts flying around me. So like that's fat.
It's the CIA. It's not.
Must be.
Yeah, it's one of the CIA vaccine bots.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, it was almost like I had to die and be reborn in a way, right? And I started looking at the world in a different eyes, almost like childlike eyes, and like, so learning and all this gets me excited. I get happy, and I don't know, so I'm vibing it out. It's just my natural state.
Yeah, you cannot. Yeah, there's someone who said you cannot pretend to be happy if you're not, but you can create that state of happiness even away from the outside. You can, you really can. And the thing is,
we have to understand what happiness really is.
Yes, yeah.
And gratitude.
Because I don't think we're operating on the same definition here.
Yes.
No.
We're not.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it's more like a sense of peace and a sense of calmness.
Yes.
And it started with being grateful for the little things that I had, and not worrying about the things that I lost.
Not get triggered too much about what's outside going on.
Right. Like I had.
That's the thing. That is actually the thing. And that's the training. That is the training. You have to go in everywhere, and how more you can control yourself, whether people are angry at you or they want whatever they want to do, and you can control yourself, then that goes very fast. Sometimes you're in that flow. Wow, it works. I don't get triggered. And suddenly, whoa, you lose it again.
And then someone says, Biden's the savior. it triggers your monkey brain to start arguing.
Yeah, again.
I just say you're right. He sure is. He just touched the hem of his garment and just
Yeah.
he sure is.
Every time I'm on my phone, my uncle's like, "We love Biden," because you think they're all listening to it.
Yeah, you can't fool your high. Yeah.
But and the other thing was nature, being in the real world, not
true.
the fake one, but the solitude changed my way of thinking.
Go a week camping without all this division, without all this. It's such a different, but it really is, without Wi-Fi, without all the things. Just go a week camping, only a week. You go to a lodge and don't take your phone with, or you put it off. It's really a big difference. And that is also, you can have a discipline in it. Don't use it constantly, but use it. Okay, I'm going to use my Wi-Fi from 4 o'clock till then, or just only to check.
Yeah, Mark said you opened the door, no one was there, it was the fly.
Can I come in?
That's true. I opened the door. That's nicely good observation. I forgot already. Yeah, it was the fly.
Yeah.
Believe that. If you get triggered, it means the childhood casual injury is still present, has not been released from the soul. Ooh, and so I think of consciousness, I kind of think of it like that. Like, what is higher vibration? Because I'm not even sure I even still even understand that. But
when we're triggered by anything, it's a sign that there is still something in our unconsciousness, in unconsciousness that needs to be looked at.
But the thing is, you get triggered and you watch it and you surrender it, that pain goes away. It's not that you have to go in therapy or whatever it is. No. You have to go through it. It's like that's a kind of like the pain has to go through that channel, I would say, and it can release. It's literally, it's stuck in the body, that pain.
You have to bring it into awareness and allow yourself to feel the pain of it.
And they can do that also with sound. That's how they sometimes heal people with very heavy traumas. They use sound because they get triggers that bring that trauma out of the body, because that trauma is settled in the cells. And that they have to be released.
Yes.
But I was gonna say, so one time someone said, like say an abuser or whoever caused your childhood trauma or whatever, right? So to be that kind of person, what happened to them? You know what I mean? So it's like you have to forgive yourself and you have to forgive that other person, because hurt people, right? So
true.
Right. So even if it's just by the system that hurts people every day, just by the way it runs, you know what I mean? It's all this, kind of like a letting go. And like I said, I know it all sounds like just new age and talk.
No,
but
no.
It's, when you start experiencing it, it's real.
Yes. Yeah, it's like you have to feel it and you'll have to heal it and let it heal. All emotions, But
oh, and Jonathan said that in the book, that we experience it as emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And our emotions are intuition.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But that's why they use also sound here. That she said music. There's the vibration healing is by sound and is by a high. That's how homeopathy works. They use very high vibrations. They do that. They make it the products. They become like you have degrees from 150, 500,000, 5,000. And that's how they release traumas, because homeopathy is always related to emotional and psychology problems, and then physical, because it starts first in the mind, and then it settles down in the matter. And the homeopathy, the products are from very, very high vibrations. That's why they release it. That's why it's so effective. Yeah. And that's higher than, like, for example, like you have healthy food, which is very good, but some things you need that higher kind of healing.
Well, even when we were talking about our energy and our vibrations and being around people, right? Like how many times did my kids get sick and I knew it was just a cold, and just like hugging them and cuddling them. And that's one of the reasons why with this segmented society, social, because we can heal each other just simply by being there.
Yeah, true. That's why they do it, that we cannot be together, a hug. That's why the old people die. They don't visit, they don't hug, they do nothing. So yeah, but they're totally isolated. Isolated, like you said, no vibrations. We don't feel the energy, the heart, that kind of aura, and we need to. And that I don't think we can do that through internet. I don't know. Maybe we can. What do you think?
No. The screen blocks the vibes.
Yeah, but
I don't like it. I want to be. Come on, start a community, build a bonfire. It'd be great.
Yeah, I would love to go around the bonfire.
Yeah. I really think we could do some magical shit if we got together, but come on.
Yeah, true.
I really do.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about wizard stuff either. I'm talking about real, like, mind stuff. Yeah, I do.
Conversations like these around campfire.
We can try to level. We can try to elevate. To make things flow and fly or whatever. Try.
Yeah.
In my notes.
Worthy cause.
In my notes, the professor read that we unconsciously use powers that we should not be using.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
true.
Proceeds slowly with this nuclear weapon thing.
Yeah, it's true. It is true.
Yeah. There is a story that one of the master alchemists who had hidden himself approached either Oppenheimer or one of the atomic physicists that was building the bomb, and said, "You must stop this. You must not do this." And this is related by a man named Cancellier, who was an apprentice to the alchemist, who put it in one of his books. I have no trouble at all believing that kind of story, because those scientists, of course, Oppenheimer and Einstein, and Einstein didn't participate in it, we know, but he also wrote the letter to Roosevelt recommending that they go ahead with the program. And they certainly did not know what the hell they were doing and what the hell they were getting involved in, because a lot of people believe that nuclear fission opens portals for dark energy. And I don't have any problem believing that. I mean, look at the massive amount of destruction and suffering that is caused by one of those bombs.
Right. Yeah, and how it's escalated, how it seems like the violence and chaos.
Hey, that is a good movie. Oh my God, yeah. I think about that movie, and that's over time, the different time. So there were a group of people, and they went to a cave because they never came back and said, "Oh, we want to find the people and we take a rope." We hold the rope outside so we don't lose the way. So they went inside because people disappeared in that cave. But they didn't see an animal of nothing, and then they went inside. And they came in a place inside where there was no time. So, and then they were looking outside because the light was still, they could see the light outside the cave. And they see, oh, what's that light always like flashing, flash, 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 flash. And then somebody said, but I think that's the sun, or that's the day and night. It goes like a second, day, night, day, night, day, night, day, night, dark, light, dark, dark, light. And then they came to, but could it be that we are out of time? And this is because it was called the cave of eternal youth. So so they went there, and then they saw people there from the cavemen. They were still living there because they kept every young, because they were not in time. There was no time. Later on, they want to get out, and then I don't know how they did it. They came out, and then that was like in space, like in the far, far future, spaceships and everything, and Earth was already destroyed. That was interesting because they were in the space in the Earth where there was no time. So and that was called eternal youth because you didn't get old, because they were like 1,000 years further in the future, and they were like 15 years. They were young guys, teenagers, 15, 8, 17, 18. And so they finally discovered our parents. They never saw us back again.
Do you have the title of that
and
movie?
Again, there we have the story like that. But then they went into Earth, and the other went into space. That was interesting. It's a very good movie, but I don't forgot
what's the title? What's the title of it?
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I will try to ask because we saw it here.
Jackie Loesch just made a comment that she's seen it.
She saw it, yeah.
But that's like
that's
like the Emerald Tablets of Thoth of going into the earth, and Emerald Bird going into the earth, and there's something about going in the earth that. And if you think about it, right, when you take care of the surface or whatever, your inner does get better, right? Like, so if you take care of yourself physically, healthy wise, your inside, the inner you, whatever, is better, right? Not, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yes.
I feel
yes.
As within, so without. So,
yes. Right. So if you're taking care of the earth on the outside, the inner energies are better. And if you're destroying it, the inner energies are going to be worse, right?
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why we're in such a turbulent time right now, because we're, like with Atlantis, you can tap into the evil energies, the lower vibrational, or you can tap into the higher vibrational.
Yeah, and it's also like
I didn't explain that the way I
now
thought.
the earth has lost its fragrance. I mean, it doesn't smell. You don't smell anything. I mean, I feel like it used to be when you were a child, everything was so fragrant. Or much more. Yeah, you could smell the water. You could smell the flowers. And now it's gone. I mean,
I love the smell of rain right before it rains.
Yeah, me too.
When I was a kid,
try living in a desert for 20 years and not appreciate rain. Oh my God.
Like you could smell it coming. It was great.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I love that.
And everything feels so clean after it rains.
Yeah.
See, y'all get into the drama and fights and having fun and stuff. Even Paul believes in hollow earth.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, he does.
It's not even if the earth is hollow. All rocks are hollow. All massive structures like that are hollow. When they're created, every gap isn't filled in. We know the biggest oceans on the earth aren't on the earth; they're actually in the earth. So there's hollow spaces. There, I don't know. I mean, if the earth is a gravity well, and it affects gravity on the outsides of it. Like the example they show, is like if you hold a blanket out and you put a bowling ball in the center, that's kind of how planets bend and fold around themselves. Then in the center of it, there has to be some sort of equal opposite reaction. Like TJ mentioned, or somebody said about a portal. There's something.
There are different portals, but there are portals to the dark. I mean, to the really dark side. And because I was also in the movie, somebody went in the wrong portal, and he went 1 second. They came out as was like totally 3,000 years old instead of kind of. That was also in that movie. It was
There's also a story of Da Vinci going into a cave and time passing, and that's how he learned things.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Time Trap. Oh, Time Trap. Yes, that's the movie, Time Trap. Thank you, Jackie Loesch.
Time Trap. Great.
Time Trap. It's a great movie. You have to see it. See it this evening. Yeah. You can just download it. We download it. It was by coincidence. And then you get much more. Yeah.
Good.
Netflix.
So when we getting together and building a pyramid?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm a Leo.
Learn how to levitate with my mind.
Let's just go. Come on, let's do it. I don't know what's happening. I don't get it.
Is this new? It's 2018. I thought it was an old movie.
It's an old movie. It's not new. It's not new. It's an old movie.
Called Time Trap on Netflix, made in 2018.
Yeah, maybe from 2018. Yeah, it's not that old. Yeah, but that's old.
That's pretty recent.
Yeah. That's pretty. Yeah. 2 years old. It's old.
2018 was another universe ago. I mean, things that have happened since February. 2018 was like 8 lifetimes ago. There's nothing that is consistent with 2018 and 2020.
Yeah, I mean, but you see the difference, what you feel, how you felt then. I mean, it went so much down. I mean, don't you think so? If I think about the summer last year, I was in Finland. And they was so different, and now you're in another vibrations. I mean, it's a very big difference. Even I'm okay, and I'm quite okay, but still, this is a totally other world. Totally.
Yeah, and you can feel the heaviness.
Yes,
it's not.
That's what I mean.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. And you know what's crazy? Because not this past summer, the summer before that, I was driving down the road and I was like, can you feel that? Can you feel that heaviness coming? And most of my people I hang out with think I'm nuts. But I could feel it. Like I could feel something in the air coming. Like
it was
just out of nowhere and I could feel it. But I also, it's because like the concrete and the wires, I just feel like none of that is necessary.
No, it's not necessary. But with the high awareness, it's nothing necessary because then the technology is our body.
Right.
So,
but
I
could feel something was coming and nobody listens to me ever.
Crime trap.
And even the cabal shuts me off. But wait, because we were talking about divine energy and then the kids and stuff, right? And so remember in the Hermetica when I read about how the planets are like gods on duty at the moment of our birth that give us this energy, you know, within us and creates us, right? So when we are born, we are at that highest level of divine energy.
Yeah, and actually we are
taught out of us. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's taught like, no, you gotta go to school and you gotta, you know, so it's kind of taught out of us. But if that was in us when we were born, that's still in us now. We just have to learn how to turn it back on or reconnect with it.
All the peels again. Take the peels off. Yeah.
Right.
But that's
like
but that's
also a journey.
Yeah. But they come right from the universe, children. And old people go back to the universe. If they're healthy old people, they also live in another way. In they also back they go in a way they become children again. But the healthy ones, but there are no healthy ones anymore.
We're going off sci-fi movies.
I cannot follow those comments, guys. Anyhow,
somebody seems to think that eating a banana is male privilege.
I saw that.
That is so funny. I agree.
Yes.
No, I 100% agree on that one.
It's not even true. It's not even close to true. I Beaufont right now looking for pictures to try to figure out who put my face on eating a banana.
Lord. Oh.
And it's like
me or
banana
monkey memes are coming.
No, that's why I go quickly with it. And I take little bites. Like I'm not taking any big bites. I go I'm taking no big bite. I know Beaufont's around here. He quits too quiet. Every time he gets quiet, there's a problem about to happen. Little bites. I said, stupid.
Okay.
Yeah, Courtney. Yeah, you can see the magic in a baby's eyes because they're untainted. They're not. We haven't broken them yet.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. Okay, are we done?
That's why so many people.
Yeah, some of us got sleep tomorrow.
I just feel like it's slowing down, and now I want to go outside and play with stars.
The concept of divinity is narcissistic. No, I don't think so.
It's narcissistic. No, I don't think so.
Don't think so either.
Yeah.
So,
projection. Yeah, divinity. God's really like me. Worship me. That's God. bad. No, I don't think so.
He said the whole world's becoming a police state, and he's right.
Yes, true.
Yeah.
And the only way you're going to stop the whole world from becoming a police state is for people to discover consciousness, right?
Yes, true.
That's the only way. What's perfect about the model of this planet is we all go together or we all die together.
Yeah, that's simple.
America can discover consciousness if it wants to and get rid of its nuclear weapons and military. But then Russia is going to exploit that opportunity and just invade the United States. And so I think model wherein globally the human race has to lift itself up in a universal, complete way. Otherwise, there'll always be another drag us back down. It's like colonization, right? And the tribes figured it out. They were living in sync with nature. They were living in peace. They were probably very close to being conscious. And they were pulled into, the 1%'s world through colonization, broke their chain to the past, destroyed their scriptures and their books to bring this low vibing world together where we're all fighting against each other for money, right? So, the quickest way to stop the world from being a police state is not fighting power, because the more you fight, the more they fight, the more other people line up with them to fight. You have to develop that level of consciousness where there's no need to fight. Once you become all sensing and conscious of all beings, then there is no fight, right? We just walk away from the system that has kept us enslaved for 10,000 years. There's nothing to fight. There's nothing to fight but ourselves. But people have to discover consciousness and get rid of fear. But getting up and fight the lockdown, fight. That's no different than the lockdown. It's the same abuse, just coming from
different people. And I was going to say,
go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say
real quick. Force always exhibits or calls in a response. Always.
Right. Force creates resistance always.
Yes, it does.
This is Kung Fu. Literal Kung Fu. And a teacher just explained to the grasshopper the principle. We're literally learning how to defy a system that we failed at taking on for 10,000 years.
Well, I just wanted to say for me personally, I don't really know anything. So I just am here, right? And I'm learning. So that's why. So you don't have to listen to me or agree. You can take your own path. That's my whole point. Take your own path. But so that's just to clarify. And then secondly, he said about freedom, right? And we have to fight for it. But freedom of what? Freedom to rewrite another constitution of laws made by men? Because I'm more interested in freedom of thought, freedom, real freedom, where we are not bound.
Yes.
Did I just get cut the frig off again?
No.
Okay.
You're good. Yeah, you're good.
All right. But I'm just saying that's what, I don't think for thousands of years we've been fighting against different systems in different cultures and different wars in different parts of the world. And we're still here in this situation. So I think it's time to, is it The Art of War? The greatest victory is when you don't have to fight a battle. When you win.
It's not war.
Yeah.
That's like the two. Do you know the two cocks? The two cocks who are fighting. The one.
Look at G's face.
You gotta watch your words. You gotta watch your words, darling. You don't know the people around here. Right in the head. Did you just say that? Or were you thinking that?
There's two
sides. But I'm innocent. I'm not in that. I'm my mind.
No, innocent here.
That's why I love Christine. So innocent.
You know what? If they ever do a video voice app, like the Face app, you're in big troubles. You in big. Take that and use that. Oh no, these people are crazy. You gotta watch what you say.
Yeah, but I want to finish. Go ahead.
Okay, the one gets educated by there was a fight like they do that in the Asian. They have those fights with the chickens. Let's say chickens. And the roosters.
I'm sorry, we're ruining We're making you talk like immature Americans. I'm so
I know. She's so much more.
You're so elevated at a higher Belgium consciousness where you can talk about things, and here the Americans are giggling about every little damn thing having to do with an orifice.
Okay. Yes. So, and no, one rooster goes. No, there's a rooster fight, and then the people say, "Oh no, I want to win. My rooster has to win." And the other, okay. And then the king said, "Oh no, my rooster has 2 kingdoms." And then one king was wise. Said, "Okay, I gonna ask the wise man, how can I let win my rooster?" And then the wise man said, "Okay, leave your rooster here. I will teach him how to fight." Okay, and okay, he left his rooster there, and then he came back, and it was time for the fight. It was the big announcement, all roosters together, and then they started fighting, and then that one who was raised by the wise man didn't do anything. He was just standing there with nothing, and 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 anyhow, the other roosters killed each other, and the one who was left over was the one who was not fighting. So the art of war, actually, he didn't do. He stayed in his stillness, like if you would say, in a Tao way, yeah.
Yeah, don't get pulled into the fight. Be above the fight.
Like that.
Yeah.
Well, yes. The fight, right?
Yes. Yes, Courtney, it's like that.
I should have looked at that before I Lord have mercy. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Damn it. Y'all are wrong.
I know, my poor Christine, what you guys put her through. She's so much more strong than all of us.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying, go back.
Yeah.
Oh, no, right. Okay. So, no, never mind.
We're talking about the art of war, being still while everybody kills each other.
Yeah. So if you take away people's will to fight, they don't want to fight. Like that's part of the,
Yeah.
That if you take the enemy's army's will to fight, there's no battle. You've won.
Yeah.
How you take away another person's will to fight is you love them. And to fight you if you were trying to help out, that community, that nation. It's like, this thought that I have about national security. National security isn't sending bombs and jets to go blow up and murder people and drop buildings on children. That's global insecurity. National security is like neighborhood security. It's neighbors. Your neighbors don't want to rob you or steal from you if you love them and you're looking out for them.
Yeah.
A secure community and a secure neighborhood, you want to make sure everybody's fed and well taken care of. Same thing with national security. So if to end world peace is people no longer getting behind those that are doing the actions to create world wars. And that is taking away the will to fight. When you love the Chinese will not take up swords. They won't take up swords again.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And that's
it's so simple actually.
Mm-hmm.
Just love, and that seems to be it's innate.
Why did you say that? No, bad idea. He said, "Oh Lord, have mercy." Don't. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Kristen.
Yeah.
In trouble.
Now I forgot. So, no, it's like love is innate. It's innate.
Yeah.
So it happens
we're made out of love.
Yeah, and we learn to hate and to be and all those kind. That's a learned behavior, but love is innate. Like children, like you say again, children, they always want to. They naturally want to help you. They want to please you. That is really little children that always want to please you, and that's why we melt. And we should actually learn to melt for each other instead of if we can melt for each other. It's wonderful because that means. Like children has the power to melt even the biggest criminal. If a child, you put a child he can bring up his feelings again. That's what children can do. And wait, there's a story from the Dutch man. He was working in the bank and he got very high. And then you find out it's all corruption. And then, but he thought he was hurt as a child, and he said, okay, no, I want to have money and all those kind of things. But then at one point they did all those parties and those sex parties and things like that. And at one point they brought children in. And then he thought, no, this is not right. And his heart opened and it broke at the same time. And all this pain from childhood came out. And then that's the time he left. And he left that bank and all those kind. And it's actually, you can find it. It's an interview. Same with yeah, I don't know.
I saw it.
Yeah, that one. So he left that those people, and yeah. So and then he started working for the good. It was because he saw children in pain.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, because we were talking about like what enslaving people or whatever, but like I keep referring to now because seriously, we've accepted this. We can say we hate it so much and but we've accepted the mask. We've accepted this shit right now. If you want to keep it real, you know what I mean? Because we would be acting totally different if we didn't accept it. So we've accepted it, and yeah, we have, So, but that's what I live in reality. I keep myself in check all the time. I know I'm messed up, but my point is that that's what I mean. Isolation, separation. It's the love state is so different than this lonely, and you become beast-like. You do become primal. It's survival. It's instincts. It's no longer a seeking, right? Because I think that even the divine or the universe recognizes the fact that you want to know more, that you want to learn, even if you don't get it or don't understand it, you're seeking for more. And it that is what we were created for. We were created to enjoy, to explore, to be curious, to learn, so this whole thing of what they're doing is seriously a psychological warfare. And then some people are like, we got to physically fight it. No, that's not where the battleground is right now. It's here.
No, it's true. Yeah, it is. Oh, there is a fly again.
I saw your fly.
Yeah, I just saw it. That's now it scares me, that fly. It should not be here anyhow. But that's true.
It's spy fly.
Violence only results in more violence.
Yes.
Right. Tyranny is tyranny.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that's kind of the hard thing is sometimes I don't understand grasping it. Get off your butt and fight tyranny. But then that makes tyrant. Why would you do that? Why would you want to create more violence? The system to go away. I don't.
No, and yes, referring to the tarot you read, we should stay in stillness. Because when the fight, the darker becomes darker and the light becomes lighter. There were two, the peace chapter, and the one was when the darker grows. You did that yesterday, Jonathan?
Yes.
So, and then it says you cannot do anything. The only thing is you have to be don't do anything. Don't fight the dark powers because you will lose it. You will drown into it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, what tyranny wants, you never be where your enemy expects you. Right? That's another thing from the art of war. Right? If you're in it, what does tyranny want? It wants you to obey, or it wants you to fight.
Yes, that's why they goad us. That's why they try and trigger us into race wars and into men hating women and women hating men, and they've been doing it for thousands of years, and they've gotten really good at it.
Yeah.
But the problem is that it's not working anymore. Not working anymore.
It works for them, and so if they're in a fight, don't be there. Right. The only thing the system doesn't want you to do is stop believing in it. As long as you want to fight it or you want to obey it, you're scared of it, then you're feeding the system. You're doing exactly what it wants you to do. And we got to stop doing that. It's been 10,000 years. I mean, when is enough enough?
And what you focus your energy on is what you're attracting to, right? So, because that's why sometimes I get aggravated even talking about politics or what's going on, because it's we're we're just keeping talking it into existence. We're just giving it more power, just having a conversation about it, but I know it's like tricky because like we are physical beings stuck here, so it's like, but and I think that's part of reaching your higher consciousness where the physical actually does not matter anymore. Like it does, but it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, am I frozen?
No, you're not frozen this time.
We heard every word you said.
You didn't use both. When you use both hands, that's when you only use one. It was only 20 volts. It wasn't 240.
Right, but saying like fighting stuff like that, like I just don't think it's a physical thing. It's not, and you know what I mean? Like I said too, like it's we always talk about this evolution of consciousness and reaching a higher consciousness. Well, that's in the head, or in the heart. It's not a physical thing. It's not right. Yes. Like to transcend this society that we helped build. We helped build it. We have to change our thought process.
Yes, it's only by a higher awareness you can win, and that is inside. You have to fight your own demons. That's all.
Right.
I'm fighting my own demon. Like, not to help build it, but we help maintain it. This is the banana. Chiquita murdered thousands of people to create plantations in Colombia, and they only paid a couple $1 million in a fine when they got caught. Here we are buying the damn bananas, and by we, I mean me, right? So, and this is a good example of I can't be worried about what demon Susan needs to fight, Christine, or like it does. I got a banana right here in my face. I need to fight this. And the coming face apps from that psychological special dude named Bofon.
My demon's a skunk ape.
I still don't even know what that's about. I have no idea what that's about.
In Florida, like the South, it's called Sasquatch skunk ape.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, and I taught Bofon that little fun fact, and now he calls me skunk ape. It's a lovely relationship we have.
Is that your?
Oh, Courtney, now I got this one.
That's your spirit animal.
Oh, is that my spirit animal? Oh,
okay.
I don't know. Maybe. No, he's a descendant, an ancestor. I've evolved from skunk ape.
Okay. So yeah, banana trees. Yeah, you can grow your own banana tree. I was thinking on another level, like he bought bananas from Africa, from where and the people get exploited. And I thought, okay, but Dürer is making his own banana plant, so that's a good thing. So you don't have to buy from Africa. You have your own banana tree next summer.
I can't fight the power, Paul. I'm still buying from the power.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how can I fight the power if I need the power to eat food? Right? And this is the whole thing about grow your own, plant your own seeds. My banana tree this year sucked. I didn't get any bananas out of my Muso banana tree, so I got to buy the Psycho bananas. And
Psycho bananas.
Right. What that Psycho? They killed off indigenous people. What was their name? Well, no, they were all Chiquita Banana, and U.S. Fruit did it too. It's just, I think you're really missing the point, Paul. You really.
Yeah. And like Gandhi didn't fight. Gandhi was peaceful.
Gandhi didn't fight. No.
There's something failing, I guess, in the explanation that they want you to fight. They want you to go harder. They want you to be angry. They want you to respond. The only thing they're fearful is you not responding.
Yeah.
But it's not on us to make anyone else get it. It's on them. No. It's everyone's each individual journey.
Then Gandhi read the Vedas. Gandhi, I know in his autobiography, he read the Vedas, he read the Ramayana, he read the Mahabharata, and he found there the wisdom how to do his fight. And that's because he read these wise books.
And his name is Durrell, TJ says Sasquatch is name is Daryl.
Daryl.
You know
He
that.
carries a crossbow. Walking Dead reference. You know, the zombies are coming.
Right.
They're mandating those vaccines now. You know they're coming.
They started, haven't they?
Yeah, I know, this is some scary shit though, really, because this is like, holy crap, like, you know, we're gonna do a whole experiment on 7 billion people on the planet. See what happens. And it's not even like it's cool people, like, you know, oh, this is gonna be cool because everybody's gonna, and then just a mistake happens and they mutate into zombies. This is like, yeah, we're gonna make zombies. Like, you know what I mean? So, this is crazy. This is happening, but hey, we're here. It's gonna be fun.
What's crazy is in the zombie movies, it starts with like one person or a few groups of kids or just a monkey. It doesn't start with a operation. What is it called? Operation something force, where you try to get everybody within 24 hours or whatever.
Operation Save Grandma.
Yeah, well, zombies do not save grandma. They save grandma from the top down.
Yeah,
it is weird, but it's good. Like, this is great. It is fantastic to be in a time, because like we look back at 2018, we're like, wow, 2018 was so stable. It was so nice, and we were all our own little psychopaths eating our own little. We were happy because we were the ones not being raped. We were the ones not being. We were the ones not being destroyed. So I'm glad this is happening. It's a little weird, you know, it's happening here, right? And this might it might turn into a Kosovo. Who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, it's not looking very good.
Well, you know, do you realize, Christine? Remember, I told you sometimes you got to think about one day you just might wake up and you're all by yourself in the world with the people you live with, because we're all gone. Like the Trump people, they're pretty sure they won, and the people, they're also pretty damn sure they won. And one day in the very near future, one of them is going to find out that they're not correct.
That they didn't win.
Yeah.
A good day.
Yeah, that's true.
But it doesn't really matter, because none of us win as long as the system's still in place. So if it takes like some major crazy shit to burn us down, then I guess that's what's going to happen.
You know, some people might want a violent revolution. Well, did they study history? Did they look at the French Revolution? Did they look at the Russian Revolution and saw that one form of tyranny was replaced with another?
Yes.
Always. Every revolution has failed. Every attempt to power with violence, it's all failed. And it just...
The problem that they make is that they think it's the rulers. It's not the rulers. It's the system of sociopathy that is in place on this planet.
Yeah. That's true, and Gandhi had an all other system in his mind. He had really wonderful system, and that's why they don't understand him, because he didn't want India split through Pakistan, so he refused when there is still a division because division became with Pakistan and India. That happened during the freedom fight. And he says, when that happened, I knew I lost.
Yeah.
The independence was not won. But nobody understood that, because, India is free, the English are gone. It was not, because there was again. And
I can't remember who has the cool. It's great, right? Because it's basically say, I'll trust the man who drinks because he's known what it's like to bend over a toilet and look at himself. You know what I mean? Like, don't trust the righteous man because the righteous man has done a lot of horrible things in the name of what he thinks is right. You know what I mean? And things like that. I wish I could find, I mean, maybe next time, but that's like, when we talk about freedom and revolutions and stuff like that, or whatever, like physically fighting, a lot of times it's just because I think my way's right, or our team's way's right. And we want to now be in charge. So basically you're fighting to be the oppressor. Like, you know what I mean? You're not fighting for a change. You're not fighting for an evolution. You're fighting the one in control. And maybe it's time we stop needing to be in control of everything.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. That's
Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin. They were all sociopaths. They wanted to replace the Tsar with themselves. And that's in fact what happened. And
it became worse. It became worse.
The Soviet Union under Stalin was far worse than the Tsar was.
Yeah. But the Tsar had still some wisdom, but that's also fine. Like, was something like, okay, maybe that was not good, but they had some wisdom. But then in that wartime, nothing was good anymore. But they did some good also. But then it's always forgotten, because even in French, Queen Louisa in French, with the French Revolution, she built gardens for many people and poor people. She did a lot, but they was beheaded because it was the powerful. But so they forget the good deeds too, and they don't even take it with them. They don't take it with them because this was good. Let's keep this. No, they don't do it even. Like, it becomes worse. It becomes worse.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, it's just like when we say generational curses or breaking the cycle of family trauma and stuff. Yeah. We have to break the cycle of our collective societal trauma.
Yes.
Like, we cannot keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. It's not going to change anything.
We have to learn to stop playing the game, like Jackie said.
Right.
In the movie War Games, they had to tell the computer to not play the game. That's how you win. You have to playing.
When Joshua, the computer, says, it seems the only right move is not to play.
To play.
It finally got it. It finally learned the lesson. Not to play. You don't play sociopathy games on any level. You get rid of all of it. Yeah, that was a good movie. That was a very good movie.
Especially our society, we're playing games with rules that we don't even agree with. So why are we playing this game? We know the rules are unfair. We know the game is rigged. We don't even agree with the rules. So why keep playing the game?
Yeah,
right. Don't. So what we're trying to say, I guess Paul's not processing.
He is. He's there.
Is stop rolling the dice, right? Stop rolling the dice. It's not about fighting the lockdowns or fighting for the lockdowns. Just stop rolling the dice. We have to just stop complying and walk away. Do is walk away from the system. You don't need to fight to end the lockdown. You just walk away.
Yeah, that's the only form of fighting that I'm interested in, and that is removing power from the system. Every time an individual decides, I'm not gonna consent to this anymore. That is the only form of fighting that does anything in the long run.
And take as many people as we can on that journey, right? It's a certain percentage of people to walk away from the system that it collapsed. The system requires growth, it requires consent, it requires belief. And this is why we do this, right? Because the street where they want you, it ends in violence. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in getting on a megaphone, yelling and screaming and doing speeches on podiums. I did all that before, right? This is a new world. We're using their tools of mass communication to help other people to evolve in consciousness in their own ways. Like, we're not teaching, we're going on our own journeys, raising our own vibrations and sharing information on that thing. If that resonates with people, then they do that. And that is the only effective fight that I can see right now. And when enough people do that, they just walk away. Because the government's not an evil thing. The government is us, right? It collectively isn't made up of us, but it's our belief systems and what we've all agreed with. So if you want, how do you slay the demon? The same way you create. Belief.
And now we are aware. The thing is, people are aware. That's the big advantage. Actually, people are aware. The system is dead.
Yeah, and we have momentum, and that's the thing. And this is why they're so scared. And this is why there's censoring and shadow banning and building prisons and concentration camps and drugging up the fear, trying to get the white people fighting, the black people fighting the white, and teeth and that, and the left and right, and Donald Trump and Biden. They're scared to death because there's so much more in people who are sick and tired of all of the bullshizzle where they want to walk away. And now it's sexy to talk oligarchy. I mean, not oligarchy, anarchy. And it's sexy to talk human sovereignty. And people are really starting to grasp that concept. And there's nothing that frightens the cowards in oligarchy more, and corporations and all these people, is people, slaves, serfs, us, the things that they feel that they own, no longer believing that they own us, no longer if we walk away. And this is where the spirituality for me comes in, because I know you can't take my life. All you can do is my meat suit, and I'm fine with it. But as long as I'm driving this meat suit or another one, you'll never, ever scare me again into being a slap happy, stepping and fetching slave. It'll never happen again. All you kill me and throw me. That's all you can do. So if that's what you got, bring it on. Because
it's like the scene in V for Vendetta when Evie, when V has, you know, done the con job on her, making her think that she's in the prison and has been tortured and all of that. And her realization when she says, when V comes in disguised as the security guy, and he says to her, look, just give them a piece of information. That's all they want. And she says, I'd rather take the bullet behind the chemical sheds than give them what they want. And then he says to her, then you're absolutely free. Something like that. And and what that is she has chosen death over fear.
Right.
She has chosen to preserve herself over trying to preserve the length of her life, which ultimately, when you see it, like you just said, Gerard, we're just wearing a meat suit. None of us dies.
Right.
They can't kill anyone. No, it's an illusion.
Yeah.
And that's the realization that this is what is real. Everything else is false. And then if you refuse to give this up, not even God can take that away from you. Because that is your freedom.
That's God. So God cannot take God.
Exactly.
You cannot take God away, but God is God. Not even God.
True, pure freedom is God.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's where we started. The consciousness, the power.
Gravity traps energy. And so energy doesn't go anywhere, right? Gravity has effects on light. If you are light, you don't go anywhere. You just die and you exit that meat suit, and perhaps you stay and float around until there's another meat suit that has receptors that you you actually control, and it pulls you in,
I think the same level.
And you don't really go anywhere, right? You're trapped here, and we don't get to leave here until we discover or we elevate to some level of consciousness that allows us to go and figure out what those damn UFOs are. Y'all figure that out. You got to let me know.
And I just wanted to say real quick, like, because it's teaching, and I just feel like anyone who's willing to share their life, human experience journey is a teacher. Okay.
Well, you know, I want to say something that's been on my mind as a teacher. We are, you know, we have, you know, we're at the end of Kali Yuga here, and we've all of us have suffered from the indoctrination of the education system, and I think
because
that
we are already because you're already in the higher. Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. We need to get over our trauma from that and I've had 3 exceptional, profound teachers in my life, and I know I'm an exception. They exist. And I would not be here today talking with any of you without any of those 3 people in my life. So we need to, I think, deprogram ourselves from the apprehension that we feel about teachers, about, you know, automatons of the system. Because there are real teachers out there.
Right.
That's all I'm going to say.
You're true.
That's all I'm going to say.
Well, hopefully that makes sense. One of my greatest teachers was a guy who climbed trees, right? He cut down trees and he climbed them by himself and was a recovered drug addict biker. Cool. And he was one of the greatest teachers I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, I had a hippie teacher, a hippie. And he escaped. He escaped the school with our group, and we went to movies and things like that. But he didn't make it long. But it was wonderful. We had a wonderful time. But he taught us a lot. He what is the movie with over the top of with those people in the asylum, and they got that big guy. He was locked up. I forgot the name, but it was a very famous movie in the time. It's from the years in the 80s. And yeah, he made us aware actually by then about the system, and he was really talking in class about you don't have to listen. Come on, guys, we're going to something else. That's not learning what we do here. But anyhow, he didn't make it longer than. Yeah. But and everybody liked him, and actually he got his natural authority because we didn't want to misbehave, or people didn't, because he was like, he gave us the freedom, so we didn't need to fight for it. That was a good teacher, and an English teacher was also so good. I had very good English teacher. That's why I loved English actually, because they were very good teachers. The French teachers, no. The French one.
My fourth grade teacher was the best. My fourth grade teacher, he was amazing. He always, anytime you asked a question that wasn't like, I guess, along the narrative of school, he would say it's a gold star question, and he would like get really like he would go into things. But for some reason, I love that teacher. He's my favorite. 10th grade history and 4th grade.
There are some passionate teachers when we are young, and those teachers you remember.
Hey, beautiful people, we are so far past Gerard's bedtime.
My bedtime.
We're at 4 hours. We're at 4 hours.
She's got to wake up in an hour.
Me, I have to wake up soon. Yes.
Well, see, Christine is young. I ain't as young as Christine. I can't be staying up all late hours with you young people.
I thought you were 29. The youngest one here.
He's 29.
Yeah, you're the youngest one here. You're 29. Don't go back on your words now.
Age is a cult, and it's just a number. I do not subscribe. I'm not going to fight you with your cultism. I'm not going to believe in it. I'm just going to walk away from your belief. There is no time. Then we just
there's no time.
No dimension.
Yeah, but it's what gives you energy. I'm not tired because there's like-minded people. I can talk whole night, all day, and it gives me energy. But I didn't work in the Gerard. I worked the whole day. I didn't work. I didn't do so much today. So I had the time.
I get up at like 3:30 for slavery.
Wow.
It's an hour to get home. I got to get the pony, warm her up, and it's cold outside.
It snowed?
No, but it's cold.
2 days ago.
It did.
And
it's 3 o'clock in Belgium, 3 o'clock a.m.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the time I usually get up in the morning.
I know.
Crazy.
So let's do some last words, last wisdom words.
Bye-bye.
Christine, you don't have any.
What's coming for us in the future? Bye.
Bye. Oh my God. Bye.
Is that a new way of saying we're all gonna die? What's gonna happen? Bye.
You might not even be here tomorrow. America might be a hole in the ground. She's like, bye. Where's the window? Yeah, just don't die or something. Bye. I was looking for words.
See, I'm absent-minded all the time. I live in another world.
I was asking for like words of wisdoms, not, if you got like last wrap up commentary.
Jonathan, take a sentence out of the book.
Oh, okay, sure. Here we go. Let me get my glasses. Do the open oracle here. I learned to be a free human being means to control one's instincts and not become the slave of one's own passions, desires, and wishes.
Very nice.
Along with my incessant self-analysis, I continue to study psychology and philosophy without neglecting my wood carving or my music. Artistic work provides a wonderful opportunity to turn inward spiritually and to ponder all kinds of questions.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
So tomorrow we do art all day.
Mm-hmm. I'll probably read some poetry tomorrow. So
Nice.
maybe write some too.
I'm gonna paint my walls before they've cracked them all the time. Yeah, they might. Yeah, they're cracking every day. I think the apocalypse is starting in my house because my walls are cracking every day more and more. So it starts here, and it will, and it vibrates to America.
Yeah, her gates are opening, just leaving us behind. Don't blame her. That's these stupid Americans in their cockfights. I'm out.
Right. Gerard's getting all bundled up to go out in the snow.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, I don't do cold. I'm not a cold person at all. Wherever.
Come to the desert. Come to the desert. It's nice and warm here.
I don't do that either because y'all got that dry heat. When my brothers across the country a few times. Yeah. I remember driving through Nevada and it was traumatizing as a kid because I put my feet out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Against the law now, but we used to put our feet out the window.
Yeah.
And I just remember feeling this feeling on my foot that just felt weird. And I felt my foot cooking. And Nevada or Texas, I forgot where it was. Real dry heat. And I was like, what is that smell? That's my feet.
That's the smell of Gerard cooking at 300 degrees.
No,
don't go. It's like bake. It's not even baking. It's like roasting. It was horrible. So I don't do dry heat. I don't do.
It has its pluses and minuses, just like everywhere else.
Yeah. 4 seasons. I love 4 seasons climate.
Me too.
Yeah.
All right.
I miss trees. I really miss trees here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And rain. And rain.
Yeah, that's why you should go in a cabin and have a nice fireplace and tell stories.
Right.
Yep.
Great. We'll get there. We got
pyramid building.
But I'm
going to convince you guys to make a pyramid one day. It's my mission. All right.
Well, everybody else, thank you for joining.
Now I can say bye-bye.
Y'all have a wonderful weekend. It's Christine, Susan, Jonathan, Gerard signing off.
Love each other.
Break the chains that bind me, 'cause I wanna break the chains that bind you. Do you wanna set the world free, have perfect harmony? Isn't it time for that? Do you wanna free, boom, 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 free the people? Do you wanna free, boom, 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 free the people from the bottom to the top? Make modern slavery stop. Do you want to let go of the prisoners? See everyone happy. We can have this and more if we open up the doors. Well, what do you think about that? Do you want to free, boom, boom, free the people? Do you want to free, boom, boom, free the people and Mother Nature too? Close down all the zoos. Do you want to boom, 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 boom? Do you want to boom, 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 boom? Do you want to free, boom, boom? on.